Chapter 361. Your Highness, you've returned. The burly envoy from Moshan City forced a smile that twisted his features into something more like a grimace. He had mocked the reckless youth, only to discover that the boy in question was none other than Ye Cheng himself. If he'd known the Crown Prince was on the market grounds, he never would have dared to speak so flippantly. Ye Cheng paid him no heed. Ignoring the envoy's awkward salute, he strode purposefully to the Mangyu group's stall. With a swift motion, he produced a spiritual wood token and, with precise strokes, carved the names of the materials he wished to exchange. As soon as the last character was inscribed, ribbons of pale light spiraled upward, projecting each coveted item in ethereal script. Word of the spectacle spread at once. Monks and merchants alike paused their negotiations and congregated around the glowing list. Murmurs rose to astonished exclamations as eyes swept over the names. This, are you serious? Li Fire Tianqi? That's the divine ore only formed beside innate celestial flames. Shock and disbelief rippled through the crowd. Ye Cheng's calm gaze swept over them, unruffled by the reaction. He folded his arms, content to let the stunned silence speak for him, as well as the extraordinary request he had just made. These are top-grade sacred materials, and the cold soul amber beside it, while slightly less precious than the Liwo Tianqi, is still exceedingly rare. And there's even a Saint King-level divine material? Does this prince have that enormous an appetite? What could he possibly offer in exchange for such treasures? All eyes turned to the little spiritual wood card in Ye Cheng's hand. Its trading list was deceptively brief, only 9 entries, yet every single one was at least saint grade. The final item, the Heavenly Soul Crystal Seed, was a bona fide Saint King-level material, a treasure capable of stirring the hearts of even the most formidable Saint King realm masters. After all, the Wilderness Tower admitted only the elite of the wildlands. Whether native tower cultivators or outside masters, none at their current level were qualified to handle Saint King-level resources, and many couldn't even approach ordinary saint-grade materials. And here was Ye Cheng, still so young, poised to claim them all. One of the tribal strongmen sneered under his breath. It's questionable enough whether this young prince can even refine these treasures himself, and even if he could, does he really have the resources to purchase all the necessary materials? His glance slid over Ye Cheng with thinly veiled contempt. No one knew how things between the Mangyu clan and Ye Cheng would turn out in the end, and here Ye Cheng had already started bidding so generously. If he really can produce enough wealth to buy all this saint-grade materia, or at least a good chunk of it, ha! The warrior muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Before he could finish, a ripple of astonished murmurs rose from the assembled monks. The strong man's smirk froze as he looked up, and suddenly any sign of greed fled his eyes. Without a word, Ye Cheng withdrew a parchment scroll and quickly made notations on it. Then, with a deliberate motion, he released a storage ring that glowed like a miniature starfield. Brilliant lights danced across the courtyard as treasure after treasure emerged, broken relics from the ancient Liaoyuan Valley, vials of quasi-saint pills unique to the fire element small world, and other rarities that made the air hum with power. The gathered onlookers fell silent. Even the most hardened veterans could not help but stare as Ye Cheng calmly laid out his offerings, proof that he intended not only to compete, but to win. A heap of radiant treasures lay before the market stalls, spiritual artifacts brought back by monks from distant lands, rare soul matter found only beyond the sect's borders, and every manner of shimmering gemstone and mystical relic. Ye Cheng had spent years gathering them, and he'd arranged them into a small mountain. Enough, brokers agreed, to secure a full batch of saint-level materials without breaking a sweat. Yet it wasn't the sheer value that stunned the assembled traders. What really sent murmurs echoing through the hall was recognition. Many of these items, especially the ones prized by the tribal strongmen, had a familiar history. Look closely, an elderly merchant whispered, eyes wide as he tapped the side of a glowing jade sphere. These are all things Old Bull collected over the past few years. A younger dealer leaned in, nodding. And that fractured tip on the sect's ancient sword? That's the very blade he used as his last resort to escape the mountain. Shock rippled through the crowd. Ye Cheng's bounty was more than a simple fortune. It was a catalog of one man's daring exploits, now laid bare for everyone in the market to see. It can even withstand a quasi-saint's strike for an instant if employed at the right moment, someone murmured in awe. That artifact? The old bull would never part with it, so the answer is clear. Another voice added with reluctant admiration. Reluctantly, the market's patrons raised their eyes to Ye Cheng. The reverence in their gazes was almost palpable. After all, this young prince had single-handedly wiped out the Wild Bull clan, and every treasure they'd amassed over the years was now his prize. Anyone who'd entertained the notion of winning his favor quickly dropped their eyes, terrified that even a second glance might earn them the same ruthless fate. Seems using them as an example did the trick, Ye Cheng said, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips as he surveyed the hushed crowd. Ye Cheng's ostentatious display of wealth from the previous day had been part of his plan since he entered Moshan City. He needed to acquire several sacred materials, each one priceless to the monks of the Desolate Tower, whether they were locals or traveling masters. Any deal of that magnitude would inevitably draw opportunists, so Ye Cheng chose to flaunt his riches outright and bait a low-profile buyer, the small snake, first. That way, he'd keep the trivial pests at bay. Sure enough, the Mangyu group, convinced he was an easy mark, surrounded him like vultures. Ye Cheng didn't mind humoring them. He slaughtered them with effortless finesse, much like a monkey tossing chickens to entertain a crowd. All the while, he watched and waited, unperturbed. He wasn't worried about securing his holy materials. In the world of the Wild Tower, the rarest treasures in Moshan City could still be traced and traded if you knew how to play the game. And Ye Cheng knew exactly how to play. The native cultivators of the Wild Tower are bound by the incomplete laws of heaven and earth and the restrictions of the immortal Tao. They may never break through to the emperor rank, but their lifespans stretch on for ages. Over centuries, their roots deepen and their reserves of qi and spiritual resources become astonishingly rich. Take the Mangyu clan, for example. They never produced a single Daozun disciple, yet by swindling novices and bullying the weak, they amassed a hoard of treasures rivaling the most sacred of alchemical materials. If anyone in the Wild Tower could furnish Ye Cheng with what he needed, it was these native masters. Sure enough, before long a hulking cultivator from the Wild Tower glided through the entrance of Ye Cheng's temporary stall. In a matter of moments, Ye Cheng had negotiated the exchange of the entire Mangyu collection, hundreds of spirit stones, cultivation manuals, and rare fragments, with that native strongman, in return for a single Lihuo Tianqi pill. Satisfied, Ye Cheng reached into the other pocket of his mystic storage pouch and set 3 exquisitely embroidered brocade boxes on display. Each of these contains 1 pill, he announced casually. Inside those boxes were the quasi-saint pills. Ye Cheng had handpicked after striking down the Mangyu clan, precisely the kind of high-grade alchemical wares that tea could turn a fortunate buyer's fortunes around overnight. Ye Cheng stepped onto the raised dais at the center of the celestial exchange, his dark robes fluttering in the breeze that swept through the grand hall. Laid out before him were 9 ornate brocade boxes, each one cradling precisely 9 glimmering pills. Though labeled quasi-saint, these were no ordinary medicines. They were pill-pattern treasures, forged at the quasi-saint level. Even an elder of the saint realm would find their benefits profound. He glanced across the assembled crowd, alchemists, cultivators, and merchants alike, and spoke with calm authority. Each pill may be exchanged for 1 saint-grade essence stone. He paused, letting the simplicity of his offer sink in before adding, or, if you possess a Saint King-level Heavenly Soul crystal seed, I will trade 3 pills for a single seed. Whispers rippled through the hall. Many had expected a far higher price for these quasi-saint treasures. A burly merchant in the front row bellowed, 1 pill for 1 essence stone? Are you mad? Behind him, a robed alchemist shook her head in disbelief. 3 pills for 1 Heavenly Soul crystal? You might as well be giving them away. Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed only slightly. He folded his arms, revealing the intricate sigil etched on the sleeve of his robe, a subtle reminder that though young, he was not to be underestimated. Around him, the murmurs grew louder. Some saw a bargain too good to pass up, while others sensed a hidden motive. As traders jostled to consult their inventories, Ye Cheng remained perfectly still, a slight, confident smile playing at his lips. In that quiet moment, it was clear, whatever lay behind this astonishing offer, he held the advantage. Chapter 362, a quasi-saint level elixir, and you expect one holy material, 3 quasi-saint elixirs, plus a holy king level soul crystal seed in return? That's absurd. Your Highness, you can't be serious. Voices rippled through the crowded market as native masters, eyes wide, jaws set, muttered at Ye Cheng's steep asking price. He gave no reply. With a single flick of his wrist, he opened the ornate brocade box before him. Boom! A thunderous pulse exploded from the vessel, and divine lights erupted like dragons unleashed. The 9-sided box glowed with inner radiance, revealing 9 perfect Danwen tier quasi-saint elixirs. A crisp, revitalizing fragrance flooded the air, seeping into every nose. Around Ye Cheng, cultivators' hearts quivered, their spirits soaring on the brink of ecstasy. The market fell silent, every pair of eyes fixed on the treasures that, if the rumors were true, could tip the scales of power across the entire realm. With a single, effortless motion, Ye Cheng opened the 9-sided brocade box and revealed its contents. A hush fell over the bustling marketplace before it exploded into excited whispers. Is that a Danwen-level pill? 1, 2, 3. By the heavens, at least 5 Danwen each. Look at that last one, 7 Danwen. A 7 Danwen quasi-saint pill, Your Highness? Did he empty out the entire Liaoan Valley? No way even Liaoan Valley alone could yield this many treasures. He must have ventured into the Liaoan Bell realm. Cultivators from every corner, emissaries from distant sects and proud local masters, pressed forward, eyes glittering as they peered into the box. Yet the true veterans on the scene remained unmoved, their expressions guarded. How rare it is to find a single Danwen-grade quasi-saint pill, let alone 9. An elderly indigenous cultivator said in a steady voice that cut through the clamor. And one of them reaches 7 Danwen, truly a divine pill. But before we get carried away, we must first confirm whether they're genuine. His words calmed the crowd, and for a moment, only the soft rustle of silk robes and the faint glint of alchemical brilliance filled the air. Their cultivation is capped by the Wild Tower's restrictions. The highest they can reach is the Daozun realm. If the quasi-saint pill has been tampered with, the Danwen it produces would be flawed. With their current strength, there's virtually no way they could refine genuine Danwen by themselves. Of course, once someone breaks into the Emperor realm and awakens the Emperor's all-seeing divine consciousness, almost anything becomes possible. Even though this young prince has not yet attained the Emperor level, who's to say he doesn't have some mighty backer at that tier? Among the aboriginal tribes, there are always opportunists like Mong Nu who try to trap visiting masters. Yet over the years, many outsiders have turned the tables, tricking even the strongest native cultivators. More importantly, the Aborigines themselves can never surpass the Wild Tower's cap. They will never reach the Emperor realm in this lifetime. For them, the quasi-saint pill can at best extend their lives or accelerate their descendants' growth. It's undeniably valuable, but not so priceless that they'd risk precious sacred materials for it. As the elders' words fell silent, the native masters around Ye Cheng's stall straightened, their expressions tightening with concentration. They studied the pale, jade-green pills laid out before them, weighing their value against the price. Ye Cheng himself remained perfectly composed, not the slightest hint of impatience in his gaze. This was exactly how he expected them to react, hesitant, curious, cautious. He knew that sooner or later, someone here would be unable to resist the promise of power these pills offered. And once he landed that first sale, the rest would follow of their own accord. After all, who understood the true potency of his concoctions better than he did? He let the silence stretch, content to let the tension build, when suddenly, a ripple of surprise swept through the market entrance. The assembled crowd shifted, creating a narrow path that led directly to Ye Cheng's stall. Heads turned, murmurs arose. 2 elderly men in flowing black robes appeared, their steps deliberate and measured. Behind them trailed more than a dozen cultivators, men and women of various ages, each bearing the unmistakable aura of mastery. Yet despite their differences in age, Their faces were uniformly dark, their expressions grim. The air around them grew heavy, as though the life itself recoiled at their approach. All eyes fell on the newcomers, and Ye Cheng, ever unflappable, simply inclined his head in greeting, ready to see who among these formidable figures would be the first to test his wares. The two black-robed elders at the front were especially unnerving. Their hands, emerging from sleeves that looked far too wide, were like gnarled chicken claws, the skin stretched taut over knobby bones. Their faces were gaunt and weathered, only a thin film of flesh clinging to their skulls. Just staring at them sent a chill down the spine. This is a master of the Yinming clan, someone in the crowd gasped. All the Yinming cultivators have been summoned here, another whispered, fear flickering in their voice. Ye Cheng's eyes widened. He knew the name Yinming clan well, an ancient saintly bloodline on the quasi-saint level, just like the Blood Sparrow clan. The two clans had long been close allies, yet he never expected to run into any of them at this remote gathering. As Ye Cheng absorbed this revelation, the murmurs around him grew louder. Then, from the very center of the assembly, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth. Cutting through the tension like a blade, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Have you heard? The Yinming clan has teamed up with the Blood Sparrow clan to probe that forbidden zone. They've been recruiting experts from all corners. How is it they still have so many powerful cultivators to spare here in Moshan City? Quiet, an elder snapped, slapping the young man across the back of the head. You'd better watch your tongue. Dare to speak against the Yinming clan and see what happens to you. Despite the warning, Ye Cheng's pulse quickened. The mention of the Blood Sparrow clan and their joint expedition struck a chord deep within him. He recalled the vassal he'd defeated not long ago, the Red Mist sect, and a thrill of recognition lit his mind. Were these new deployments connected to the Sparrow clan's orders for vassals to scour spiritual veins and hunt down rare stones? As Ye Cheng pondered the implications, several Yinming clan masters drifted closer, their eyes fixed on the small velvet pouch at his belt. At a glance, they knew exactly what lay inside. These are genuine Danwen-grade pills, one whispered, his tone betraying barely contained excitement. Real core pills, not inferior copies, another added, his gaze sharp as a blade. They surrounded him, anticipation shining in their eyes. Ye Cheng met their stares coolly, though his newfound insight into the Blood Sparrow, Yinming alliance, gave him an edge he hadn't had a moment before. Whatever schemes were unfolding beyond Moshan City's walls, he was determined to uncover their secrets, and to protect the precious pills he'd worked so hard to acquire. Ye Cheng stood just outside the Jade Hall of the Yinming clan's ancestral estate, listening to the hushed conversation within. In this sprawling lineage, nearly every branch boasted semi-saints, and their revered ancestor had already honed himself to the pinnacle of quasi-saintdom, on the very cusp of ascending into the true saint realm. Ordinarily, that final breakthrough would demand centuries, even millennia, of relentless cultivation. But now, word had spread of a rare batch of celestial pills, unparalleled in their potency, that might achieve in moments what pure effort could not in lifetimes. If we can secure these pills, an elder murmured, his voice taut with longing, not only would our patriarch complete his ascension, but several of our other semi-saints could shatter that ceiling as well. We might crown more than one true saint in a single stroke. He paused, eyes alight with ambition. In this new era, when the great world is reopening, time itself is our most precious commodity. If the Yinming clan can climb that step even a hair faster than everyone else, we'll claim the greatest spoils. Lands, resources, power beyond imagining. Another elder, who wasn't a quasi-saint himself, but whose branch was led by one, leaned in. Just look at the Blood Sparrow clan, he said low enough that only those closest could hear. They've already unearthed a treasure land we only dreamed of. If we had true saints of our own, would we need to grovel and negotiate with them at all? A hush fell over the chamber as the weight of his question sank in. Ye Cheng felt a surge of curiosity, more importantly, a careful resolve. If the Yinming clan's ambitions were as vast as they claimed, yet so dependent on these pills, then the stakes couldn't be higher. Whatever lay ahead, he knew he would have to act, and act swiftly, if he hoped to change his family's fate and chart his own path through the trials to come. Seventh Elder, shall we negotiate? One of the black-robed masters called out, urgency in his voice. Be at ease, the Seventh Elder replied with a wave, then turned and strode over to Ye Cheng's stall. Folding his arms, he smiled and asked, Young man, where did you come across these pills? If you're willing to reveal the excavation site, I'll not only purchase them at a generous price, I'll also include 2 Saint King-grade divine materials. A collective gasp rose from the Yinming clan cultivators nearby. As one of the ancient holy sects, the Yinming clan fields multiple expedition teams in the Wilderness Tower, teams comprised not only of their own elite warriors, but of allied forces as well. Their combined exploration efforts usually yield abundant rewards, but Saint King-grade materials are exceedingly rare. 2 such treasures, casually offered? From where could Seventh Elder have obtained them? Before the murmurs could grow into outright protest, the Ninth Elder shot a sharp look at his brethren. Instantly, the clan masters fell silent. The Ninth Elder inclined his head slightly and remarked under his breath, It's merely an opening bid, nothing more. The Seventh Elder's smile never wavered as he waited for Ye Cheng's answer, the tension in the air crackling like lightning. Just wait for this kid to bring us the information. Whether he hands it over is none of our business, one of the Yinming clan masters said. The others exchanged sly glances, mockery dancing in their eyes as they anticipated Ye Cheng taking the bait. Chapter 363. The movements of the Yinming clan's elders were subtle, but they could not evade Ye Cheng's divine sense. He remained unfazed, though, pretending he saw nothing. With a casual wave of his hand, he said, I'm afraid you're mistaken. These pills are my own creation. I did not unearth them from any hidden site. The Seventh Elder's eyes flickered at that, his expression briefly darkening before he forced a genial smile. You made them yourself? Young people do tend to exaggerate from time to time, but I offered you a more than fair price for genuine excavation. Did you think I'd ask without proof? Behind him, the other Yinming masters lost their patience. One sneered, Boy, who do you think you're fooling? A man in his early 20s crafting pills of this caliber. Don't insult our intelligence. Ye Cheng met their gazes coolly. The Yinming clan is ancient and respected. How could I possibly hope to deceive you? The price stands as I stated. If you find it too low, you're welcome to raise it. Do you really think the Yinming clan is that easy to fool? One of the clan's masters sneered. One after another, the elders of the Yinming clan spoke up. Some even dared to cast moral judgments on Ye Cheng, hoping to sway the crowd against him. He watched them calmly. This was exactly the reaction he'd been waiting for. If the clan moved against him, he'd have the perfect chance to turn the tables and gather the intelligence he desperately needed. These are the only treasures I have for sale, these pills, Ye Cheng said, his voice level and unhurried. I know nothing beyond that. There's no scheme here, no bullying, no deception. If you're not interested, feel free to leave. His composed tone irked the Yinming strongmen. One burly warrior stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. You insolent brat, he growled. Don't get cocky. Whatever we want, we've always gotten. Are you planning to rewrite the rules now? At that moment, the Ninth Elder of the clan, silent until now, could no longer contain himself. He leaned forward, voice low and laden with menace. You do well to mind your tongue, boy. A chilling gale, as if drawn from the depths of the Nine Netherworld, swept through the market the moment his voice fell silent. Cultivators from every clan, foreign emperor-level masters included, could only shudder in helpless dread. None dared dream of resistance. At present, the Yinfeng's outward power was limited, but should anyone attempt to oppose it and force its latent killing intent to awaken, even Emperor-tier fighters would find their souls frozen, their seas of consciousness hardened to ice. Their battle prowess would plummet by 70 to 80%, leaving them easy prey for slaughter. Such was the arrogance of the Yinming clan and the tyranny of the ancient sage sect, an elder at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, yet casually wielding power that dwarfed every other force under the saintly path. And yet, Ye Cheng stood unmoved, his expression calm and untroubled. No matter how formidable this Yinfeng proved, it lacked the strength to harm his soul. Ye Cheng lifted his gaze toward the heart of Moshan City, the direction of the protective formation, and a spark ignited in his eyes. "Why attack me here, in the city itself, Yinming clan?" he asked coolly. No sooner had his words fallen than a deadly array sprang to life at the city's center. Brilliant sigils cascaded downward, each charged with a divine weight that seemed capable of crushing the heavens. Even the seasoned masters of the Yinming clan paled at the display. This wasn't just any defensive barrier. It was the very cornerstone of the Huangta natives' survival. Legend held that each gathering point's protective formation housed a fragment of the world's immortal spirit. If that was true, no one dared test it. A strict law forbade violence within these walls. Any who broke it, even a quasi-saint, would be instantly destroyed by the array. As the raw power of the formation washed over him, the ninth elder of the Yinming clan froze. Before could recover, another elder, flanked by his disciples, stepped forward, a polite smile on his lips. "Master Gu," he intoned, "surely you know we have no interest in civil strife. Allow us to explain." Seventh elder had been playing peacemaker from the very beginning. Now he rose to his feet and stepped between the two disputing parties. "Old Nine, there's no need for rash words or anger," he said calmly. "We're all here to trade, not to pick fights. We'll never force a sale or bully anyone. You have my solemn promise." With that, he reached into his sleeve and withdrew an exquisite brocade box. He opened it with a gentle lift of the lid, and in an instant, spiritual clouds swirled overhead, drawing every cultivator's gaze. The crowd fell silent, eyes fixed on the treasures within. One by one, they recognized the gleaming stones. "That's the red cloud crystal," someone exclaimed, "a sacred material on par with the Lihuo Tianxi. And that azure gem beside it, could it be the legendary cold soul amber?" whispered another, hardly daring to believe what they saw. A murmur of awe rippled through the marketplace. "The ancient Saint clan truly lives up to its name," one observer breathed. "To reveal not one but two supreme holy materials at once, this is beyond impressive." As excitement and speculation swept through the crowd, Seventh Elder closed the box with a satisfied smile, confident that harmony and a profitable exchange would soon be restored. Ye Cheng could hardly believe his ears. He had always assumed the Yinming clan elders would haggle endlessly, never yielding so readily, even under the threat of his formidable formation. Yet here stood the seventh elder, unexpectedly earnest, ready to trade pills on the spot. As Ye Cheng produced two spirit-grade alchemy ingredients and placed them before the elder, his surprise only deepened. The seventh elder didn't immediately hand over the promised brocade box. Instead, he clasped it to his chest and fixed Ye Cheng with a triumphant gleam in his eyes. "My associate assures me you alone refined these 9 precious pills," the seventh elder said quietly. "I take you at your word, and I have no further doubts. Once these pills are in Yinming hands, our deal is sealed." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "I admit their value far exceeds the spirit materials I have on hand. But do not worry. Upon my return, I will summon all my vassals. Within 1 month, they will deliver the remainder of your payment." Finally, he extended a hand in invitation. "Until then, please allow me to keep the pills safe and reside here in the Yinming estate. You have my word that you will be fully compensated. If you have any doubts about your safety, allow me to swear a life oath here and now," the seventh elder of the Yinming clan proclaimed. "Should you meet your end within our halls, my path will be destroyed, and the fate of my entire clan will be sealed." His words echoed across the square like a clap of dark thunder, startling every cultivator assembled in the market. Then, with an elegant gesture, the elder produced a finely embroidered brocade box and extended it to Ye Cheng. "I recognize you've waited a full month with nothing to show for it," he said, voice steady and sincere. "During this time, however, the Yinming clan would never abandon you. Inside this box are 2 sacred materials, one of them an extra reward for your patience. And in exactly 1 month, we will deliver 8 additional treasures of Holy King grade." There was no hesitation in his tone, only unwavering conviction. Even the most skeptical onlookers found themselves stirred by the elder's solemn oath. "They might specialize in netherworld techniques," whispered one cultivator, "but look at their seventh elder. He's staking the clan's entire fortune on this promise. That's as open and above board as it gets." "I never expected this," another murmured. "It's truly surprising. If His Highness still refuses this proposal, then he truly is being unreasonable. A hush rippled through the crowded market. Cultivators exchanged low murmurs and cast admiring glances toward the imposing figures of the Yinming clan. Ye Cheng stood before their stall, casually absorbing the buzzing conversations around him. He turned to the clan's seventh elder with a warm, earnest smile, though inwardly he was fighting back a sneer. Any fool could see that the Blood Sparrow clan used its vassals like bloodhounds to snatch up rare spirit materials, and everyone knew the Blood Sparrow and the Yinming were close allies, so this display of intimidation was nothing more than a bluff. Ye Cheng reminded himself to be patient. Now was not the time to make his move. First, he had to lure every outsider to the Yinming pavilion, where attendance was mandatory. Once they were all assembled under one roof, he could strike swiftly and gather every scrap of intelligence they possessed. After all, these foreign cultivators would never risk setting up permanent quarters at the official gathering point. They'd scatter to hidden retreats, blissfully unaware that the net was already closing around them. Some of the most formidable clans, like the Qingjiao tribe, have even carved out hidden enclaves within the depths of the desolate tower. These refuges were founded long ago by tribal masters who dared to remain behind when they explored the tower's heart, and their locations are jealously guarded. An outsider, no matter how determined, could never stumble across one without a native guide. Ye Cheng's gaze fixed on the brocade box the Yinming tribe's seventh elder had just slid forward. When the elder opened it, 2 priceless spirit materials lay inside, a feat only a perfect emperor could achieve so effortlessly. Gu smiled, every inch the calculating strategist. If that's their opening gift, he mused, then their hidden cache must be overflowing with treasures. Chapter 364. This is our clan's estate. Please follow me. In the small world of fire, deep in a distant mountain, lay a forest so dark it seemed to swallow every ray of light. It was hard to believe that in a realm suffused with the pulse of the fire Tao, such an oppressive gloom could take hold. A visitor might think this place ideal, no danger of fiery qi eroding one's Tao foundation, but the yin energy hung thick in the air. Those unaccustomed to nether-attributed cultivation would soon feel its corrosive effects. Ye Cheng scanned the shadow-shrouded pines as he walked. He was flanked by the 7th elder of the Yinming clan, who led him deeper into the woods. Branches arched overhead like skeletal fingers, and the ground underfoot was carpeted with fallen needles that muffled their steps. At a certain point, the scenery seemed to shift. The contours of the mountain grew sharper, the air crackled faintly with hidden power. They were passing through an illusion array, a subtle protective ward that concealed the clan's home from prying eyes. A few winding minutes later, the trees gave way to a secluded courtyard ringed by high walls of dark stone. A jade-tiled pavilion rose at its center, its white pillars etched with crimson flame motifs. "Rest here for now," the 7th elder said, gesturing toward the pavilion's shaded veranda. "I've dispatched messengers to every corner. Our clan's champions will arrive soon, bearing the treasures I promised." Ye Cheng nodded and stepped into the courtyard. Though the air still felt heavy with yin energy, the oppressive forest seemed worlds away. Here, within these walls, he could finally catch his breath and prepare for whatever secrets the Yinming clan might reveal. Instead of stepping into the courtyard as expected, Ye Cheng halted, tilting his head to meet the 7th elder's gaze. A mischievous spark danced in his eyes. "How considerate of you," he said. "But this formation is so deadly that even a true quasi-saint who doesn't unleash forbidden weapons would be cut down before he could fight back." A stunned murmur rippled through the gathered Yinming clan cultivators. Though Ye Cheng's tone was calm, his words hit like a thunderclap. The 7th elder and his entourage had assumed he'd comply. After all, they controlled the home grounds. Yet here he was, unafraid and clearly more formidable than they'd bargained for. Realizing their mistake, the clan's strongmen exchanged uneasy glances. After a moment's silence, the 7th elder's cordial mask slipped away, replaced by a cold sneer. "Well observed," he acknowledged, voice laced with irony. "It seems I've underestimated you." "You've overestimated yourself," the clan elder sneered. "This is our tribal grounds, and you still had the gall to break in. Did you really think we'd let you go just because you stayed outside the courtyard?" Before his words had even faded, the Yinming masters arrayed behind him struck. Boom, boom, boom. A surge of spiritual force ripped through the air, drawing in darkness. From each master's core ascended a curling black mist, which solidified into a fearsome death phantom. Such was the Yinming clan's dreadful art. Born of reanimated corpses, they harnessed nether energies to give form to these spectral warriors. Each phantom wielded power nearly equal to its caster, yet with a unique, unstoppable ferocity. In an instant, dozens of death phantoms bore down on Ye Cheng. They detonated the lethal energy coiled within their forms at the moment of impact, sending shockwaves that ripped through the valley. The ground trembled, and the surrounding hills quaked, as if the very mountains might be leveled. Ye Cheng planted his feet and braced for the onslaught, his every instinct screaming that this would be a fight unlike any he had faced before. The Yinming clan's death energy incarnations are their deadliest trump cards, each a living bomb that can be detonated at will, unleashing destructive force on par with a cultivator's ultimate suicide strike. In this moment, over a dozen of sea incarnations had already sacrificed themselves in a single cataclysmic blast. Even under the immortal suppression array of the desolate tower, their combined power would be enough to obliterate a Tianzin-level being. Don't flatter yourself, Junior, the seventh elder of the Yinming clan sneered, his voice echoing through the charged air. Your youth and lower realm don't matter. Even if you truly possess secret techniques or forbidden weapons, you're no more than an ant before my clan's mightiest killing art. You'll be crushed without so much as a whimper. With that, he unleashed the remaining death energy incarnations. Black radiance cascaded like a waterfall from the sky, roaring down to swallow the spot where Ye Cheng had been standing. The darkness dissolved everything in its path. The seventh elder watched coldly as the light died away, revealing only scorched rock and drifting motes of ash. Behind him, his personal death energy incarnation materialized, yet even it was badly depleted, no stronger than the ones that had already self-destructed. The outcome, it seemed, was all but decided. Blood spurted from every one of his 7 orifices. With a final crack, he collapsed and dissolved into nothingness. This was the recoil of the 7th elder of the Yinming clan's life oath, an oath sworn upon his death incarnation. But since it only bound that death manifestation, the clan's overall fate remained unharmed. That safety net was exactly why he had dared to swear it in the first place. For a powerhouse of the Yinming clan, circumventing a life oath was nothing difficult. Yet the 7th elder's heart still ached with frustration. In his scheme to frame Ye Cheng, he hadn't only staked his own life oath, he had tethered the fortune of the entire Yinming clan to it. Now I can't condense a death incarnation for at least 10 years, or the clan's prosperity will suffer. All because of that brat. Damn him! He ground his teeth so hard his knuckles whitened. Beside him, the 9th elder, ever eager to play the villain, couldn't suppress a laugh. 7th brother, why worry? Wait until you capture this boy and transform him into your personal corpse puppet. His innate talent will more than make up for the 10 years during which you can't access your death energy incarnation. And besides, the speaker let the words hang in the charged air. This boy undoubtedly harbors many secrets in his mind. It doesn't matter if he refuses to speak alive. Once he's refined into your puppet, everything stored in his soul belongs to the Yinming clan. When it's done, report back to the clan. You won't score any less than half a point for this. At that, the 7th elder's rigid expression finally softened. His eyes gleamed as he looked toward the spot where Ye Cheng had been. Go! Someone fetch the boy's body at once. He issued the command with deliberate care, still wary that Ye Cheng might have a final trick. A warrior from the Yinming clan shot forward. Right away, elder, he called, sprinting toward the swirling mass of netherworld death energy. But before he could reach its center, something astonishing occurred. The warrior skidded to a halt, jaw-dropping. Harnessing netherworld death energy like this, I've never seen anything like it. It's too shallow to rely on the netherworld alone. Even that isn't enough to kill me. A taut, vibrant voice rang out from within the churning death aura. Ye Cheng's tone was clear and forceful. There was no hint of weakness. Instantly, every Yinming clan warrior froze, shock coursing through their ranks. He's not dead? one cried. What's going on? That brat must be using a forbidden weapon, another guessed. Don't hesitate, let's strike. The clan's two leading elders could no longer hold back. They launched themselves forward in perfect synchrony, and behind them, a forbidden weapon materialized, a banner woven from bleached bone. As the elders poured their spiritual power into it, the ragged cloth ignited, revealing a pulsating netherworld sigil that wrapped around the sword, temporarily easing the immortal restriction's chokehold. With a thunderous roar, the two perfect-level emperors unleashed their augmented power. Twin rivers of death energy coalesced into towering dragons of shadowy ink, roaring as they plummeted toward the spot where Ye Cheng's voice had emerged. This time, let's see if you can actually survive, kid, one elder shouted, eyes blazing with fierce determination. Seventh elder's teeth ground together as he let out a savage sneer. Beside him, ninth elder's eyes blazed with murderous intent. But in the next instant, both of their smiles froze in shock. At the heart of the abyss-like death aura, right where the massive dragon had collapsed, a colossal divine wheel suddenly burst forth. The wheel spun, unfurling 6 radiant spokes of light. With its first revolution, the dragon shattered into fragments. With its second, the oppressive death aura dissolved entirely. All of it happened in the space of 2 heartbeats. The Yinming cultivators who had been massing for a full-scale counterattack were swept aside and annihilated without a trace. How is this possible? Someone gasped. What kind of power is this? It's beyond terrifying, another cried. Despair flooded their ranks. Only the 2 elders recovered their wits quickly. As the shock ebbed, realization dawned on them both. It's the 6 Paths divine wheel, 7th elder whispered hoarsely. The ultimate expression of reincarnation's power. 9th elder's eyes went wide, and the one who wields it can only be Ye Cheng, the fabled first human to attain a true divine body. Ye Cheng stared at the data readout, his expression unreadable. Even if it isn't exactly the same, there's got to be a connection. Lieutenant Wang's voice trembled behind him. What on earth? What kind of monster have we brought back to the base? Chapter 365. Run, run, run. The 7th and 9th elders of the Yinming clan froze as soon as they recognized the nature of Ye Cheng's power. Terror flashed in their eyes, and without a second thought, they spun on their heels and bolted away across the plain. Elders, why are you retreating? One of the younger disciples cried out in bafflement. All around the makeshift station, masters of the Yinming clan and formidable fighters from its vassal sects had gathered, ready to obey orders, surround Ye Cheng and crush him like a turtle in a jar. In their minds, the Saint clan's elders were unbeatable. Yet now, those same paragons of power were fleeing in panic. Not even their forbidden weapons could steady their courage. They simply turned tail and ran. Ye Cheng watched them go, an amused smile curling his lips. Well, well, he murmured, he really is worthy of the Saint clan's ancient reputation. Decisive, knowledgeable, utterly fearless, when it's time to cut and run. With that, he clapped his hands once, startling the onlookers, and in a single fluid motion he lunged forward, shoving past the nearest disciple to seize the advantage the elders had just abandoned. The field fell silent except for the distant thud of retreating footsteps, and the quiet confidence of the man left standing in their wake. Ye Cheng's power erupted in a single, thunderous roar. The 6 divine wheels whirled into motion, unleashing torrents of 6-colored light that tore through the void. Wherever that radiance passed, a Yinming clan master would let out a strangled scream, only to be cleaved in 2, death claiming them in an instant. The clan's vassal strongmen, still blinking in confusion, finally shook off their stupor. What? Are you kidding me? One of them gasped. How can the Yinming's finest be undone by a single attack? Who is this kid? Another barked, eyes widening in disbelief. They turned to flee, but Ye Cheng's speed was inhuman. In moments, he overtook them, his divine wheels still humming with deadly force. Panic set in as one by one, those mercenaries followed the same fate as the Yinming masters, cut down before they could cry out. 2 of the clan's elders, having realized the danger too late, attempted to bolt, but Ye Cheng intercepted them before they'd gone 50 paces. My friends, he said calmly, I think there's been some misunderstanding between us. The elder in front of him, gray-haired and scarred, spat a curse back. Boy, don't play games. Our clan's quasi-saint has already entered the deserted tower. We won't tolerate any interference. Ye Cheng's gaze sharpened, but he kept his tone polite. Then we have even more reason to clear this up now. Stand down, and no one else needs to. Before he could finish, the desert wind whipped up sand at their feet, as if eager for more bloodshed. The two elders drew their weapons, eyes blazing. Neither was inclined to back down. And so, beneath the crackling aura of 6 divine lights, the standoff began in earnest. If you truly harbor a mortal grudge against the Yinming clan, the elder warned, even your reincarnation power won't save you once our quasi-saint ancestor lays a hand on you. The two Yinming clan elders paled at Ye Cheng's words, but they were seasoned masters of the Saint Dao themselves. Within a heartbeat, they recovered their composure and resumed their familiar dance of good cop, bad cop, seizing the moment to press him further. Ye Cheng felt a surge of triumph at their hesitation, but he tamped it down immediately. He dropped his shoulders in mock terror, widening his eyes. The elders blinked in surprise at his sudden contrition. "Hold on," Ye Cheng said, sounding anxious. "I thought Saint Dao masters, especially quasi-saints, could never breach the desolate tower's realm." The elder who'd been playing the stern role leaned forward, his voice low and triumphant. "Normally, yes. But our Saint clan boasts an ancient lineage. We've discovered methods to bypass even that restriction." He smiled widely, folding his hands in front of him. "Rest assured, friend, as long as neither of us dies here today, there's still room for negotiation between you and the Yinming clan." "Really?" Ye Cheng asked, genuine curiosity lighting his features. The two elders exchanged relieved glances, confident that they had him back on their side. Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed. The two cloaked figures were just beginning to test whether they could truly deceive him. Before they could make a move, he sprang to his feet with a silent roar of power. In an instant, twin streams of spiritual energy, like raging bolts of lightning, erupted from the arches of his brows. They tore through the ethereal barriers guarding his opponent's minds and dragged their souls, kicking and screaming, into the fortress of Ye Cheng's own consciousness. Thanks to the blessing of the heavenly refining saint body, Ye Cheng's soul power far surpassed that of a mere quasi-saint. With a single thought, he began to refine and absorb their essences. "No," one of the assailants gasped as he felt his life force draining away. At that same moment, a faint crack echoed from both intruders. The hidden, forbidden runes tattooed between their eyebrows flared to life as their vital energies dissipated. Desperate, they seized razor-sharp blades and slashed at their own brows, attempting to shatter the runes and free their minds before Ye Cheng could complete his soul theft. But it was too late. His attack had been instantaneous and overwhelming. With barely a ripple of resistance, their souls were broken down and absorbed. All the secrets, the memories of the Yinming clan's leadership, every fragment of their intelligence now belonged to Ye Cheng. He allowed himself a cold, satisfied smile. He murmured softly, as though surprised by his own efficiency. Then he closed his eyes, diving deeper into the treasure trove of information that now lay at his disposal. Ye Cheng leaned back as the final thread of ancestral memory faded from his mind. "The Yinming clan's inheritance is truly remarkable," he murmured. Moments earlier, he had tapped into the legacy records hidden within 2 late Yinming elders. Now, as his eyelids fluttered open, surprise gleamed in his eyes. Those memories had revealed countless clan secrets, and even hints of Yinming treasures on par with the 3,000 great supernaturals of the human world, Dao-level artifacts of unfathomable power. Of course, these elders had never ascended to the Dao's holy path, so they had only inherited fragments of the clan's full treasury. Yet even incomplete, their legacy was a revelation. What fascinated Ye Cheng most was the Yinming approach to magic itself. They didn't rely on raw elemental force, but on netherworld Dao, a method that transmutes spiritual power into ghostly qi. That qi could be shaped into devastating attacks, protective wards, or blessings for oneself. And buried among those vestiges of power was a technique so unusual it set his mind racing, a ritual that could reanimate corpses, forging them into obedient ghost puppets under the user's control. The implications were staggering. As Ye Cheng's pulse quickened, he realized that even a single perfected fragment of this technique could alter the balance of power across the realms. With these clues in hand, he would have to dig deeper to recover the clan's lost teachings, master Netherworld Tao, and unlock the full might of the Yinming legacy. Only then could he truly command the darkness lurking beyond death itself. He didn't care about a puppet's raw combat power. No matter how finely crafted, no puppet could ever match the Tianlian divine puppet that accompanied his Tianlian saint body, one that grew stronger in step with him. What Ye Cheng sought instead was the dark puppet's unique ability. When an enemy corpse was refined, it could recover its former owner's memories, knowledge, even their inherited skills. Once bound to him, those secrets became his to command. True, the more powerful the corpse in life, the more its innate talents were corrupted or lost in the process. But Ye Cheng didn't mind. If he couldn't salvage every skill, so be it. In exchange, he gained direct access to the hidden thoughts and experiences of his defeated foes. And that, to him, was priceless. Chapter 1. Awakening the Yinming Treasure Technique. Ye Cheng settled onto the rocky ground, legs crossed and spine straight, his mind sharp with resolve. If I can truly master this method, he thought, eyes alight with determination, I'll no longer need cunning distractions to weaken two perfect emperors before striking. With that singular purpose, he banished every other thought and began his first tentative forays into the Yinming Treasure Technique. The Yinming Treasure Technique was unique to the Blood Sparrow clan, an arcane Dao treasure art, just as the human factions possessed their Dao magic. Even among Blood Sparrows, few could ever hope to cultivate it. Yet Ye Cheng faced no such barrier. As a human scion of the ancient tribe, he had already awakened the Chaos Body, and more recently, the 6 paths of reincarnation divine body. These twin blessings of fate and physique had attuned his very being to the myriad Dao and countless methods, allowing him to absorb the Yinming technique as though it were woven into his bones. With every breath he took, he felt the primal energies of the clan's secret art flowing through him, and he knew he had taken the first step toward a power that could rival even the mightiest emperors. At that very instant, Ye Cheng completed his initial mastery of the Yinming Treasure Technique. Drawing on the nether puppet refining methods of the original art and combining them with the divine consciousness techniques inherited from the Tianlian divine body, he had forged a brand new, uniquely personal cultivation method. A low hum of power filled the hall as he extended his hand. Dark energy streamed from his fingertips, coalescing into a floating treasure seal, a circular talisman etched with runes, suspended in midair. Beneath it, the corpses of the Yinming clan and their vassal masters, those he had slain moments before, began to glimmer like a meteor shower. Specks of brilliant light rose from each body and were irresistibly drawn into the inky seal, which twirled like a miniature black hole. With every mote of light that entered the seal, Ye Cheng's mind surged with memory fragments. In an instant, he absorbed the entirety of the Yinming clan's knowledge, their secrets, techniques, and the personal histories of every vassal master in the manor. Now, armed with this vast repository of memory, he stood ready to wield the clan's power against whatever challenges lay ahead. Ye Cheng studied the small jade seal in his hand, a product of his own ingenuity, a fusion of the Yinming treasure technique and his unique spiritual consciousness. He had dubbed it the soul-devouring seal. Though freshly devised and still rough around the edges, it already showed remarkable promise. At present, only fighters beneath the saint rank could withstand, or rather, be affected by it. Quasi-saints and true saints proved far more resistant to its memory-seizing power. Even so, Ye Cheng felt a surge of satisfaction. In time he would refine the method further, but even now it would spare him countless headaches when facing 2 emperors' worth of foes. Flashing a faint smile, he slipped the seal into his robe and turned his attention to the treasures scattered before him. This hideaway wasn't the Yinming clan's premier vault, but it still housed a wealth of artifacts and relics. One by one, Ye Cheng cataloged and secured each prize. With these new tools at his disposal, he knew the road ahead, no matter how perilous, had just become a little easier. In addition to the sacred materials the 2 Yinming clan elders had entrusted to him, Ye Cheng had also unearthed 7 or 8 saint-level treasures and dozens of quasi-saint-level rare materials and medicines. Of these, one stood out, a precious fire attribute elixir he'd carefully set aside. Ye Cheng smiled as he examined the vial. This medicine, combined with the Liuli Flame Heart milk I found earlier, will give Xiaoyiren everything she needs to refine and bond with even greater fire energy. Stashing the elixir securely, he wasted no time departing the station. He headed east, toward the largest gathering point in the small world of fire. There, he intended to gather intelligence and perhaps sell off some of his spoils in exchange for treasures better suited to his own cultivation. From the Yinming clan master's memories, he already knew why the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans had formed an alliance. They detected a supreme abandoned mansion hidden deep within this realm. According to the latest scans by both clans, that mansion must lie just beyond the eastern barrier, its depths full of ancient formations and treasures so wondrous neither clan dared ignore them. With a final, confident grin, Ye Cheng quickened his pace. He had 3 goals now: learn all he could about the lost mansion, secure anything of real value, and, if fortune favored him, stay one step ahead of 2 powerful clans eager to claim the prize for themselves. Ye Cheng's pulse hammered in his ears as he stood before the crumbling gates of the old estate. Overgrown ivy snaked up its weathered stone walls, and a chill wind stirred the tattered banners overhead. He swallowed hard and whispered to himself, "This forsaken mansion, at the very least, it must be the Holy King's legacy. And if I'm not mistaken, it could even be the abandoned seat of the Holy Lord himself." His breath caught at the thought. A Holy Lord's deserted mansion. Chapter 366. As Ye Cheng stood on the outer edge of the vast chamber, his mind raced. Above him, the scroll his master had just unrolled shimmered with symbols that denoted one thing. They had discovered a Saint-King-level inheritance. In the hierarchy of the Saint Path, the Saint-King realm is the last true milestone before immortality, a pedigree of power so rare that even on the sprawling northern desert divine continent, few ever rise to it. And here, in the legendary Desert Tower world, no one had ever stirred a Saint-King inheritance quite like this. Over the centuries, explorers from every corner of the northern desert divine continent had ventured into the Desert Tower's ruins. They'd found Saint and Saint-King relics before, but those were nothing more than the leftover temples and side chambers crafted by minor disciples, adepts, and deacons of the tower's original founder. By now, most of those sites had been scavenged, the hidden opportunities long since plundered by the Blood Sparrow clan, the Yinming clan, and other power blocks who'd come this way. But this time was different. This newly unveiled ruin lay completely untouched. No footprints of the Blood Sparrow scouts, no mark of Yinming clan emissaries, nothing. Within these walls lay the richest cache of opportunities they could possibly imagine. What's more, Ye Cheng's master continued, voice low with awe, the Desert Tower itself was formed by an existence whose strength reached the immortal path. All the major ruins here, Saint, Saint-King, whatever titles you choose, were carved out by disciples and seasoned masters personally anointed by that immortal. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Those earlier Saint and Saint-King sites only ever belonged to the founder's lesser pupils. But this inheritance, it's the handiwork of someone who walked the immortal path. Ye Cheng's heart pounded. This wasn't just another treasure hunt. This was the first time in living memory that a true Saint-King-level legacy, untouched and undisturbed, had emerged beneath the Desert Tower. And now, he and the rest of his party stood at its threshold, poised to claim whatever mysteries and powers lay within. Any cultivator of this level, one descended from the Lord of the Desolate Tower, would be on par with an elder or true disciple, if not higher. Such lineage greatly increases the chance of accessing the Desolate Tower itself. More importantly, it suggests that within this abandoned mansion lies far more than the ancient saint's legacy. It may also conceal the cultivation breakthroughs and protective magic arms left behind by a Lord of the Desolate Tower who has already reached immortal status. When the Blood Sparrow and Yinming clans caught wind of this, their leaders nearly lost their minds with excitement. They ordered their vassals, without regard for the consequences, to begin preparations for breaching the old estate. Their zeal wasn't simply for the Saint Lord's hoard of treasures. In every previous opening of the Desolate Tower, the highest inheritance ever claimed topped out at Saint King level. To this day, neither the Moon Spirit nor the Barbarian God clans, the two true overlords of the wilderness, have managed to field a single core powerhouse to contest the prize. In the vast Desolate Tower, the Qingjiao sect stood alone as the only true saint-level power, an unrivaled giant in a realm of lesser rivals. Back when the Saint King's legacy first opened, clans on the verge of sainthood, like Blood Sparrow and Yinming, had barely scraped together enough to savor a mere taste of its power. This time, though, the entire inheritance lay up for grabs. Who wouldn't be driven wild by an opportunity like that? And it wasn't only those clans who felt the pull. Even Ye Cheng found himself tempted. Despite his considerable hoard of holy medicines, he still needed, by his own reckoning, at least 100 more vials to refine 9 Dao spirit seeds, and perhaps a few Saint King grade rarities as well. Each pocket world within the tower teemed with resources, but few could rival the wealth concealed inside these top-tier legacy vaults. Besides, he already nursed bitter grudges against both the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans. With that history in mind, Ye Cheng felt no guilt at all about seizing any advantage that came his way. However, both the Yinming clan and the Blood Sparrow clan were notoriously secretive. The Saint King's mansion was considered a prize beyond measure, and even the highest-ranking leaders dared not share its location with their own masters, fearful that capture might force a leak. As a result, the two Yinming elders whom Ye Cheng had slain genuinely knew only this. The mansion lay hidden in a small world of ice, a land of ice and snow, they had whispered in their final moments. Several days later, high above an endless sea of clouds, Ye Cheng narrowed his eyes at the horizon. Before him now stood the silhouette of Qingyan City, the largest settlement in this fire-small world and the precise destination of his journey. Relying solely on luck, even with the power of the White Jade Tower to leap among the 9 worlds, would have made finding the Saint King's mansion nearly impossible. Better, he decided, to arrive here first, at this vast crossroads of cultivators, to gather the clues he so desperately needed. Ye Cheng carried a sizable cache of treasures, priceless items he couldn't use himself but could easily sell for high value and trade for potent divine medicines. Among his haul were the 2 forbidden jade talismans he'd seized from the Blood Sparrow clan, and the trio of exclusive forbidden weapons recovered from the Yinming sect's estate. While undeniably powerful, those relics would only offer him a negligible boost. After all, he already enjoyed the twin immortal lives of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the formidable protections of his chaotic body. Only the rare, higher-tier forbidden armaments once wielded by ancient saints might truly elevate his strength. Still, even at their low value, each of those weapons could easily be sold for enough coin to purchase at least 1 saint-grade elixir, or several quasi-saint pills. With that in mind, Ye Cheng made his way into the city's bustling market. He wove through crowded stalls, already planning where to find the best alchemists, when a familiar hush fell over the merchants and buyers alike. A pair of traders, huddled near a display of spirit stones, leaned in close and whispered, "Have you heard the news? Have you heard? The Yinming clan's stronghold in this realm has been completely destroyed, razed to the ground." Impossible. The Yinming clan is an ancient, peerless Taoist lineage. Who on earth would dare challenge them? Is this rumor even verified? Sounds like someone's spinning tall tales. In Qingyan City's bustling market, cultivators exchanged incredulous glances. Though shocked by the report, most quickly shrugged it off as sensationalism. The Yinming clan stood like a colossus among sects. Even the reclusive Desolate Tower sect steered clear of making enemies at that level. Who could have the power or the nerve to attack them, much less annihilate their base? Such an act would only sow endless vendettas. "Don't be so quick to dismiss it," a young cultivator urged, lowering his voice. "A close friend of mine is at the gathering point near their old stronghold. He says the news is already all over the place." "And," another pressed, eyes narrowing. He cast around to ensure no eavesdroppers and continued in a hushed tone, "Whether you choose to believe it or not is up to you. I'm just passing along what I've heard." Chapter 12. A human genius. News travels fast in the bustling market of the minor world. But today's announcement left everyone speechless. A lone cultivator, draped in simple gray robes, climbed onto a battered wooden crate and raised his voice to full volume. They say the one who struck was no ancient saint. He was human, a young genius of our race. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. He's human? Someone scoffed. A mortal destroying the Ying clan's base? Impossible. The cultivator pressed on, undeterred. Not only did he level their fortress, he slew every master within. That claim sounded like a fairy tale. Traders laughed, children jeered, and even seasoned adventurers rolled their eyes. But then something shifted in the air. A handful of the realm's true powerhouses, retired generals, grandmasters, and revered elders, stopped in their tracks. Their laughter died on their lips. Expressions hardened. Without a word, several of them turned away, striding purposefully toward their personal retinues. Others barked orders into jade-like communicators, dispatching scouts to confirm the rumor. The crowd, once dismissive, fell silent. Whispers flared like wildfire. Are you kidding me? A single sword wiped out the Yinming clan? How could a mere human be so ruthless? This goes beyond any rumor I've ever heard. Even skeptics fell into uneasy hush. The market's usual clamor faded beneath an undercurrent of anticipation. If what they just heard was true, everything would change. The balance of power, the fate of the human race, and the legends they had always believed were invincible. And at the heart of this storm of disbelief stood one name, Ye Cheng, the mortal prodigy whose sword had shattered the Yinming clan's reign. As the last echoes of the cultivator's proclamation died away, the question on every tongue was the same. What exactly had Ye Cheng done, and why? Before the desolate tower, the fiercest warrior of the Blood Sparrow clan had slain its elders. Now rumors told of someone even more ruthless, someone who'd not only braved the tower, but laid waste to the ancient Saint clan's very fortress. In the crowded market, reactions ranged from disbelief to shock. This is impossible, one merchant scoffed. No mortal could do that, unless it was a prince or princess of the Tianyuan holy dynasty sneaking in. I won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes, another muttered, shaking his head. Some laughed it off, others fell silent, stunned by the tale. Among them, Ye Cheng moved with an easy stride, his expression unreadable. He listened to the gossip with quiet satisfaction. News had spread much faster than he'd expected. That would save him a great deal of trouble. With a faint smile, he selected an empty stall, paid the spirit crystals, and arranged his treasures across the counter. Little did the market know, the man they whispered about was standing right among them. Buzz! At Ye Cheng's command, the sect's stores of holy medicines and sacred materials glided out one after another. The moment they settled, the entire stall was suffused with shimmering spiritual light and undulating Taoist energy. Exotic herbal scents mingled with faint, twisting runes in the air, lending Ye Cheng the aura of an exiled immortal come to reclaim his treasures. Wordlessly, he became the center of attention. Local cultivators and wandering masters alike pressed forward, eyes widening as they took in the display. Nearly every item on the table was of quasi-saint grade, an unprecedented sight in this forlorn tower. Who is this young man? I've never seen such a lavish offering here. One onlooker whispered. Could he be some forgotten scion of a human sanctuary? Yet I've never heard of any heir rising to the quasi-saint level, another murmured. While most watched in awe, a handful of veteran experts regarded Ye Cheng and his wares with outright greed. They exchanged glances, calculating how they might seize these precious treasures for themselves. Ye Cheng met their gazes coolly, as if he had anticipated every covetous look. Ye Cheng let a faint smile play at the corners of his mouth, but made no other move. Instead, he reached into his storage ring, released its seal, and withdrew the treasures he'd recovered from the Yinming clan. With deliberate calm, he laid out the 3 forbidden weapons on their own polished pedestals. A hush fell over the gathered monks. They had come hoping to unmask this lone stranger, this presumptuous yo, as easily as plucking fruit from a tree. They'd already begun plotting whether to greet him with velvet-soft conciliations or steel-edged force. Every new treasure Ye Cheng produced only fueled their greed, convincing them his haul was theirs for the taking. But as their eyes settled on the items before them, even the most seasoned masters of Qingyan City found their breath caught in their throats. The marketplace, which had thrummed with chatter and negotiation, went utterly silent. Then, one by one, stifled gasps and murmurs rose among the crowd. Such forbidden implements, so legendary, so feared, hadn't been seen in public for centuries, and now they lay displayed with terrifying ease at the feet of a single young man. This is a forbidden weapon," one of the clan elders exclaimed, eyes widening. "You're right," another murmured, voice trembling. "It's the Yinming bone, an artifact only the Yinming clan dares to forge." A hush fell over the hall. None could fathom how such a legendary treasure had come into the hands of a mere human prodigy. How could someone like him, just a mortal, ever possess something so invaluable? Someone whispered in disbelief. Chapter 367. A sudden hush fell over the market. Merchants, cultivators, and passers-by all turned toward the young man standing at its center, Ye Cheng. Awe and disbelief flickered in their eyes. Even those seasoned masters nursing secret schemes felt their hearts quake. The moment Ye Cheng revealed 3 forbidden weapons from the legendary Yinming clan, their greed evaporated. Forbidden weapons were treasures beyond measure, coveted by saints and emperors alike. In the entire ancient Yinming lineage, not a single human vassal, no matter how gifted, had ever wielded one such armament, let alone 3. Their origin needed no explanation. Ownership alone spoke of annihilation. The rumors were true, someone finally whispered. A human genius has really wiped out the Yinming clan's champions in this realm. The cultivator's words trembled through the hush, his heartbeat thundering like war drums. Yet Ye Cheng himself remained composed, offering no hint of surprise. He had expected victory. What unsettled him, however, was realizing how profoundly he had underestimated the fearsome reputation of the Yinming name, and how deeply that name still shackled every soul who heard it. Ye Cheng's stall had once drawn a steady stream of buyers, powerful warriors eager to test their mettle, and curious cultivators hoping to barter for treasure. But the moment he revealed the 3 forbidden weapons of the Yinming clan, the mood shifted. Only a few local chieftains remained rooted to the spot. The rest drifted away, strangers who'd casually browsed now keeping their distance. No one dared linger long enough to negotiate the crucial intelligence he needed. "He's a peerless villain," one onlooker muttered. "Too bad he truly intends to come to blows with the Yinming clan." "The Yinming clan is an ancient holy sect," another whispered. "Even down here in the desolate tower, they're the top power in the realm. Who could dare provoke them?" "And what do we gain?" a third added. "This so-called prince will walk away empty-handed. If we buy one of those forbidden weapons, or even get close to him, we'll only earn the Yinming clan's wrath. The losses would far outweigh any profit." With that, the small crowd dispersed. Ye Cheng watched them go, his expression unreadable. He closed his eyes for a moment and sighed softly. No matter how he'd tried, he still hadn't found the right buyer for the information he so desperately needed. "Let's visit the native masters in this city tomorrow," Ye Cheng said thoughtfully, "and see if they know where that little realm of ice and snow is hidden." He barely had time to turn the idea over in his mind when a sudden uproar drifted in from the market's edge. Cultivators paused in their conversations and craned their necks to see what was happening. The moment they caught sight of her, surprise rippled across their faces. She moved with the silent grace of a drifting snowflake, an unmatched beauty wrapped in an onyx gown that clung to her lithe form. The dress traced the outline of her narrow waist and gentle curves, and each subtle sway revealed a flash of long, perfect legs that left the men gawking in awe. Yet none dared approach. Her expression was as frosty as her beauty was dazzling, and the aura she exuded brooked no challenge. Even under the desolate tower's strict seals on spiritual energy, the fluctuations radiating from her were on the verge of breaking through to heavenly venerable rank. In other words, she was someone to be admired from afar and feared. Some of the onlookers fell silent, then began to murmur among themselves as they stared at the black-robed woman with awe. Even if she isn't a quasi-saint, she must be a perfect emperor, practically on the brink of the saint path. In every cultivation lineage, a perfect emperor ranks among the elite, and one so young, barely a century in practice, was unheard of in these remote wilds. "Where could such a prodigy have come from?" whispered visiting masters, their eyes alight with speculation. Unbothered by the commotion, the ebony claw, the Empress swept through the crowd and came straight to Ye Cheng's stall. Her cloak rustled like midnight waves, and when her lips, red as molten garnet, parted to speak, the entire marketplace fell into an expectant hush. "The miniature world you seek," she said, her voice calm and clear, "is called the Xuanbing realm. Here is the revised passage in idiomatic, coherent English, with the protagonist renamed Ye Cheng and clearly established as male. There's no direct transmission channel to the fire realm among the ancient arrays," the black-skirted Empress said, her voice steady. "But I know of a formation that leads into the Yuan water realm." She paused, letting Ye Cheng absorb that. Then she continued, "And from the Yuan water realm, another array will take you straight to the Xuan ice realm. I'll give you the exact coordinates for both." With that, she lifted a pale hand, produced a jade pendant, and sent it drifting toward Ye Cheng. Her eyes, beautiful yet crackling with inner lightning, locked onto his. A palpable aura of hatred and murderous intent radiated from her. "I don't care about any reward," she declared softly. "I have only one request. Destroy every master of the Yinming clan in this world." A stunned silence rippled through the crowded market. Whispers exploded everywhere. Did I hear right? What did the Empress just demand? She wants His Highness to wipe out all the Yinming clan masters in the Wild Tower? Why? Though her tone never wavered, her words landed like a boulder in a still lake, sending shockwaves through every onlooker. Even Ye Cheng's heart skipped. He had not expected such an unflinching, all-or-nothing order. As the Empress's declaration fell silent, a ripple of surprise swept through the foreign dignitaries. At first, they had all voiced bitter resentment toward the Yinming clan, but now their contempt gave way to a dawning realization. Their gazes fastened on the Empress in her sweeping black robes, and for a moment the courtyard felt utterly still. Then one of the elder masters gasped, "Wait, I know who she is. Xuanyue Highness?" "She's the Xuanyue Empress who was famed across the 72 central states 10 years ago," another murmured. "But wasn't she said to have been slain by the Yinming clan? I never imagined she'd survived." A third cultivator nodded reverently. "Xuanyue Highness of the Xuanyue Divine Dynasty. No wonder she bears such enmity toward the Yinming clan. It all makes sense now." A hush of awe fell over the assembly. The Xuanyue Divine Dynasty was renowned as the foremost imperial sect of humankind, ruled by a lineage of emperors whose very name inspired reverence. With the dawn of the Great Era, it had been poised to rally human forces in the wilds as a shining bastion of power. And a decade ago, the Xuanyue Empress, then the dynasty's eldest princess, had been celebrated as its most gifted and fortunate scion. Ye Cheng was said to have been born under the Xuanyue dynasty's eternal fortune. From his earliest days, every opportunity fell into his lap, and within a century he had broken through to the emperor realm. As the great world approached, all agreed it was only a matter of time before he achieved the saint path and advanced into the quasi-saint realm. But the Xuanyue dynasty's lands lay forlorn and vulnerable, too remote from the other human sanctuaries, yet heartbreakingly close to the voracious Yinming clan. No sooner had Ye Cheng ascended to emperor than the Yinming struck. They descended like a plague, razing the dynasty to its foundations. By the time word reached the other holy sects, it was already too late. Every one of the Xuanyue emperors, including Ye Cheng's own father, had been transformed into undead abominations, bound in eternal servitude to the Yinming High Lords. The world mourned the loss of the Xuanyue Empress. They assumed that Ye Cheng, too, had perished in the clan's onslaught. Yet from the wreckage he emerged, alive and more formidable than ever before. Standing amid the ashes of his home, he clenched his fists and swore, "I will fight the Yinming clan to my dying breath, no matter how overwhelming their power. I have no choice but to ask for your help." Empress Xuanyue's voice trembled as the hushed whispers of the courtiers pressed in around her. For a moment her composure wavered, but she took a steadying breath, reached into her sleeve, and with deliberate solemnity produced a gleaming stone. She offered it to Ye Cheng. Ye Cheng's eyes widened. This was the very fire gold stone he had been desperately seeking, an artifact even rarer than many Saint King-level divine materials. He had not dared hope that Empress Xuanyue could procure one on her own. As he accepted the fiery gem, curiosity compelled him to learn more about her. On a nearby jade slip, the Imperial Court's record of her destiny was laid bare. Name, Liu Ruoli. Realm, perfect emperor, innate talent, gold rank 7th. Exceptionally gifted, she grasps the secrets of any cultivation technique with uncanny speed and enjoys a greatly enhanced chance of sudden enlightenment. Dynastic fortune, red rank 3rd. Born under the blessings of a divine dynasty, she possesses supreme fortune and spiritual favor, able to transform misfortune into opportunity when faced with adversity. Ye Cheng's surprise at her remarkable find softened into respect. The fire gold stone in his hand and the extraordinary destiny that accompanied Empress Xuanyue both spoke of fates intertwined far beyond ordinary reckoning. Ye Cheng leaned back, his expression calm. With the blessing of a fortune-level destiny befitting a crimson 3rd-rank cultivator, Empress Xuanyue, your path through the 9 heavens will be remarkably smooth, especially after you refine this fire gold stone. He paused, then locked eyes with her. In return, I ask only that you accept these 3 forbidden weapons. He swept his hand, and 3 bone whistles slid across the marble table toward Empress Xuanyue Liu Ruoli. You have the Yinming clan to contend with. These relics will serve you far more than they ever could me. Liu Ruoli rose to refuse, but Ye Cheng's lips curved into a gentle smile. Before she could protest, he grasped one whistle and blew. The hollow note trembled through the hall, and in an instant, black tendrils of Yinming energy spiraled outward, enveloping Ye Cheng in a shroud of shadow. Without so much as a grimace, he flicked his wrist. The dark aura dissipated like mist under sunlight, and the whistle's runic glow winked out. Silence fell. Empress Xuanyue's eyes widened. She stared at the inert whistle, then back at Ye Cheng, scarcely able to believe what she'd witnessed. Ye Cheng's eyes went wide. So this forbidden weapon is actually useless against a fellow Taoist? Chapter 368. Before meeting Ye Cheng, Liu Ruoli had almost given up hope. She'd come to Qingyan City out of sheer desperation. The ancient Saint clan's influence was overwhelming, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. For the past 10 years, Liu Ruoli had been abandoned by friends and family, constantly hiding her identity and running from place to place. Very few dared challenge the Yinming clan, whose power was equally fearsome. When she learned that Ye Cheng had single-handedly destroyed the Yinming clan's stronghold in the Fire Realm, she seized the chance. She raced to Qingyan City, intent on finding him and sharing every scrap of intelligence she'd gathered. But the moment she met him, her last glimmer of hope dimmed even further. Ye Cheng looked hardly more than a teenager. In cultivation age, he was likely younger than she was. Even if he were a prodigy, how advanced could his power be at this youth? At best, he might have reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. His victory over the Yinming stronghold must have depended on some forbidden weapon or a stroke of unbelievable luck. Either way, Liu Ruoli's heart sank. She had pinned her future on someone whose abilities still seemed so uncertain. Ye Cheng frowned as he surveyed the battlefield. Even with powerful forbidden weapons in hand, they simply couldn't match the Yinming clan now that a quasi-saint commanded their forces. To make matters worse, he'd learned that the main armies of the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans had just merged, 2 saintly families pooling their semi-divine champions. With more than 3 quasi-saints arrayed against them, not even Liu Ruoli, wielding her own forbidden weapon, could turn the tide. All of which is why Liu Ruoli's jaw nearly dropped when she saw Ye Cheng casually shatter the Yinming clan's prized weapon with a single strike. He watched her in the flickering torchlight and offered, "These 3 forbidden weapons would serve you better than me. Keep them safe in your hands." She hesitated, but he continued, "There are other matters I must attend to. I'll rest easier knowing you're holding the weapons." Liu Ruoli's eyes sparkled. She gathered the 3 sealed arms at once, cradling them as if they were the most precious treasures. "Master Gu, if there's anything I can do to help, just name it. I'll do anything for you." A half-smile curved Ye Cheng's lips. "Don't be so formal. We're allies, nothing more." He turned away toward the looming shadows of the enemy encampment, already plotting his next move. "I only need you to help me uncover Gu Yiren's whereabouts in the coming days," Ye Cheng said, his lips curving into a confident smile. "Find Gu Yiren? Liu Rolli's eyebrows arched in surprise. But wouldn't you want my aid in dealing with the Yinming clan first? Ye Cheng waved his hand dismissively. The Yinming are but minor players, hardly a challenge for me. Fellow cultivator, simply tell me where Xiao Yiren is hiding. Rest assured, I will avenge your grievance myself. Liu Rolli stared at the man before her, clad in flowing white, his brows sharp as swords, his eyes bright as starlight. His calm assurance stirred something in the Empress's cold heart. After a moment's hesitation, she bowed her head with quiet resolve. Very well, I trust your promise. If you truly avenge me, then from this moment on I swear to follow you, even unto death, to repay your great kindness. Her voice dropped to a solemn whisper, weaving an ancient Taoist vow that bound her fate to Ye Cheng's purple chi cauldron of all living beings. Ye Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. She had just sealed a lifetime pledge. If Liu Rolli's plan succeeded, and he truly helped her achieve revenge, yet she reneged on her promise and ended up joining Ye Cheng's ranks, her own prospects would be bleak, and her fortune likely ruined. That thought gave Ye Cheng pause, but he understood her fierce hatred for the Yinming clan. He said nothing more, merely inclined his head in acknowledgement, waved farewell to Liu Rolli, and slipped out of Qingyan City. Thanks to the jade pendant Liu Rolli had given him as a guide, he easily traced the path to the teleportation array leading into the primordial water realm. One step through the shimmering portal, and he found himself in a mist-laden world awash in deep sapphire light. Endless lakes and winding rivers stretched to the horizon, broken only by a scattering of small islands. Like the fire realm he had visited before, this place brimmed with water spiritual energy, truly a paradise for water element cultivators. Since Ye Cheng had already absorbed water element Dao seeds among his collection of great Dao essences, he felt as at ease here as a fish in the sea. Ye Cheng extended his spirit sense, probing every nearby spiritual convergence. By day's end, he had struck a deal with a local aborigine and bought the precise coordinates of an ancient teleportation array. When the old man learned that the array pointed directly into the Xuanbing realm, a flicker of unease darkened his features. As Ye Cheng approached the site, he at last understood the old man's hesitation. The teleportation array lay hidden in a narrow valley where countless underground water veins swirled with potent spiritual energy. In this small world, the valley was a legendary cultivation haven. Once the wild tower opened, water attribution cultivators had flocked here like pilgrims to a sacred spring. But today, the valley's mouth was ringed by deadly killing arrays. Figures clad in the Yinming clan's dark robes patrolled the wards, accompanied by the motionless corpses they commanded. Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed. He could sense that entering this so-called treasure land would not be a smooth matter of stepping through a gate. It would be a battlefield. 100 miles out, in a remote region where spiritual energy ran thin, a handful of cultivators sat in silent meditation. When Ye Cheng drew near the valley that housed the teleportation array, an elderly cultivator rose to his feet, frowning as he called out, "Young man, step back. This teleportation array is strictly off-limits, reserved by the Yinming clan. Only members of the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans, plus their sworn vassals, may enter. Any outsider who ventures close will be struck down without mercy by their thunderous, ironclad defenses." No sooner had the old man spoken than a rift of crackling void energy tore open above the valley. Through that jagged tear stumbled several human emperors, powerful cultivators who must have been trapped in a secret realm. Bloodied and disoriented, they tumbled free of the unstable portal without even glancing at their surroundings. Before any of them could react, the killing array sprang to life. A wave of crimson light shot up, slashing through friend and foe alike. In an instant, the fleeing emperors were cut down where they stood, their bodies erupting in sprays of blood. The valley fell silent once more, save for the faint hum of the still-active teleportation array. Then the Yinming clan powerhouse sneered, his gaze sweeping over the secluded figures in the distance. "Our Saint clan is magnanimous," he declared. "You're free to cultivate here, but stray too close to the teleportation array, and you won't live to regret it." With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent a handful of spectral corpses hurtling forward. They snatched up the bodies of the human emperors who had fallen with eyes wide open. The cultivator sneered as he surveyed his grim hall. The human race, born of servants and blood-drinking beastkin, has somehow risen to the Emperor realm. That alone is remarkable. I, the Emperor of my clan, grant you eternal life. Surely that's not a waste of resources. His mocking laughter echoed across the clearing. Cultivators who had just broken through to enlightenment fell silent, and human practitioners bristled with fury. Yet none dared challenge him. His strength was undeniable, an Emperor-level cultivator whose prowess, amplified by the death array, rivaled that of a Xuanzun bound by the immortal seal. Even without wielding a forbidden weapon, he possessed more than enough power to crush every human cultivator gathered there. Still smarting from their earlier defeats, the Yinming clan elders ground their teeth as they watched one of their own siphon off the Emperor corpses, each lifeless body a coveted treasure, capable of unleashing near-Emperor power if ever reanimated. Though rage churned in their chests, none dared interfere. Then, without warning, a brilliant shaft of swordlight cleaved the air at tremendous speed. In a heartbeat, it struck the clustered corpses, reducing them to drifting ash. Huh? Who's there? Don't you know what you're meddling with? The Yinming cultivator snarled, his face draining of color. He slammed his palm on the stone altar and sprang to his feet, eyes blazing with murderous intent. Those corpses were the bedrock of his standing in the clan, now utterly destroyed by a single strike. Silence answered him. From the shadows, a lone figure emerged, sword in hand, his every step measured and calm. Moonlight glinted off his blade, and his cold, unwavering gaze swept across the courtyard. There could be no doubt it was Ye Cheng. The courtyard fell silent until the old man who had tried to persuade Ye Cheng earlier pointed and gasped, "It's him, the sword cultivator who just confronted the Yinming clan." At once, the nearby enlightened cultivators looked up, admiration shining in their eyes, tempered by sympathy. Anyone bold enough to draw steel against the might of the Yinming clan was admirable, but history was filled with equally brave souls who had met miserable ends. In their view, Ye Cheng was unlikely to buck that trend. Sure enough, when he stepped forward alone, sword in hand, the Yinming clan's master only laughed, a cold, scornful sound rather than an expression of anger. He refused to face Ye Cheng directly. Instead, he channeled his power into the clan's deathly formation. Instantly, a torrent of crimson divine light cascaded from the sky, submerging Ye Cheng in an all-consuming glow. "That takes guts. Attacking the Saint clan like that," someone murmured. A second voice joined in, taunting, "Luo Sen, you moved too soon. Let him show off a few more tricks first." "Exactly," a third agreed. "It'd be more entertaining than this quick kill. It's not every day we run into a fool. Why don't we have a little fun with him?" One of the Yinming clan masters taunted, drifting above the valley floor. Around them, the teleportation array pulsed with energy, and from its runes they had summoned a deadly beam of crimson light. As soon as the beam struck, Ye Cheng vanished in a flash. The masters exchanged smug glances. "He's gone," said Luzin, folding his arms. "Doesn't matter, his body will remain intact. Later, we'll sacrifice him to forge a ghost puppet. That'll recoup our losses nicely." Luzin leaned forward, eager to watch the aftermath, but before anyone could step into the glowing circle of red light, a sharp crack rang out from within it. The Yinming cultivators startled, eyes widening in alarm. "What's that noise?" All at once, their heads snapped upward toward the heart of the murderous glow. Then disbelief froze in their faces. From the center of the crimson light, a blinding sword beam burst forth, slicing through the haze like lightning. In that moment, they realized Ye Cheng was far from finished. Ye Cheng's blade swept through the air, and in a single stroke, the crimson glow shattered into nothingness. With relentless power, his sword slashed down into the valley as though carving the heavens in two. Crack! A deafening chorus of breaking formations echoed through the chasm. Dozens of Yinming clan talismans shattered like fragile glass, and every master stationed at the barrier was struck down in an instant. From their distant meditation spots, a group of cultivators jolted upright, eyes widening at the carnage below. They watched in stunned silence as the last flicker of sword light faded, leaving only smoldering ruins in its wake. "Heavens, who is this merciless warrior?" One whispered. "With a single blow, he's wiped out the Yinming clan's entire defense." Chapter 369. With a single, thunderous strike of his sky-unsealing sword, Ye Cheng unleashed the full might of his supreme sword art. The moment his blade descended, the Yinming clan's intricate killing formation shattered as though it had never existed. Colossal stone giants crumbled, and the clan's imperial masters were obliterated. Without even a final scream, their bodies and spirits dispersed into nothingness alongside the ruined array. Even the distant monks, who had only just realized the true terror of Ye Cheng's power, froze in stunned silence. It wasn't until he strode into the valley and activated his teleportation array that they remembered to breathe. Their eyes darted from the shimmering oval of energy behind him to the valley floor. Now a wasteland of splintered rock and drifting ash, the Yinming clan's defenders gone in an instant. A hush fell over the gathered cultivators as they exchanged uneasy glances. None dared speak, but the thought weighed on every mind. If a warrior this remorseless can unleash such power now, what cataclysm will follow once he breaks through to the next realm? Would the very foundations of the Xuanbing realm quake and collapse? Behind the teleportation array, suspended in the void channel, Ye Cheng watched their reaction with a wry smile. Calm and composed, he turned away from the desolation he'd left behind and stepped forward into the portal, ready for whatever awaited him on the other side. Ye Cheng paid no mind to the distant chatter. His full attention was fixed on the talisman hovering before him. Dark Taoist runes traced its surface, pulsing with an eerie black light, and a sinister netherworld aura radiated from it. As he reached the tunnel's end, the talisman sprang to life, striking before he could brace himself. Even a quasi-saint cultivator, let alone one of lower rank, would be taken completely off guard by such a surprise attack. If they fail to erect a proper spirit barrier, the talisman slips into their spirit sea and ensnares their soul. From that moment on, both life and death lie at the mercy of the talisman's owner, the quasi-saint of the Yinming clan. This trap was the Yinming clan's contingency plan for every void passage leading into the Xuanbing realm. Unlike the haughty Emperor realm masters they command, the Yinming senior quasi-saints leave nothing to chance. They weren't so naive as to believe that a few Emperor realm masters could seal off every gateway into the Xuanbing realm. After all, beside Ye Cheng, nearly every force that had stormed the desolate tower included human and alien quasi-saint sects every bit as formidable as the Yinming and Blood Sparrow tribes. Once those sects caught wind of any hint toward the Saint Lord's mansion, they would effortlessly shatter the Yinming Blood Sparrow defenses and overrun the teleportation arrays. Such an outcome was only a matter of time. Anticipating this, the tribes had dispersed their most precious trump cards, Nether Soul talismans, through countless void channels. Each talisman rivaled the rarest, highest-grade forbidden weapons wielded by Yinming quasi-saints, yet the forging techniques had been lost to history. Only a handful of these talismans remained in Yinming hands, and their destructive potential was legendary. Even more astonishing, a Nether Soul talisman could be reactivated repeatedly, making it an endlessly recyclable force on the battlefield. Ye Cheng stared at the Nether Soul talisman in his palm. It was said to hold 9 charges, and yet there hadn't been a single chance to use it before he'd effortlessly suppressed it and slipped it into his pocket. A talisman capable of wounding even a quasi-saint, he murmured, is certainly worth some closer study. He paused at the mouth of the passage leading to the Xuanbing realm. Rather than pressing on, he withdrew the talisman once more, and with focused intent, unleashed his consciousness into its depths. Immediately, swirling Tao patterns cascaded into his sea of awareness, attempting to bind his soul. Calmly, Ye Cheng tested their strength and found them trivial to shatter, one after another. Satisfied, he tucked the broken remnants away and strode forward. No sooner had he stepped into the chamber beyond than the Yinming clan master, charged with guarding this threshold, snapped him into a firm, restraining hold. The elder's eyes narrowed as he examined his captive. Huh? Only a Daozun cultivator? What a loss. He shook his head in regret. Our formation guards have truly let their vigilance slip if something like this can make it through. Once word reaches the elders, each of them will answer for this, the Yinming clan leader snarled. He shoved Ye Cheng toward a waiting clan master. Here, another expendable. Send him ahead to probe the formation. Probe the formation? The other master echoed, arching an eyebrow. A spark of hope flared in Ye Cheng's chest. He bowed curtly and let the master herd him onto the spirit boat. Inside the cabin, cultivators of every race sat with ashen faces, their unease thick in the stagnant air. No sooner had Ye Cheng been tossed in than the boat's spirit oars unfurled, and they set sail toward the outer reaches of the Xuanbing world. Half a day later, Ye Cheng stood in the dim, cramped cabin, surveying his fellow passengers. The grim lines on their faces told him everything he needed to know. The Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans had long been aware of the Saint Monarch's mansion and had been scheming to seize its riches the moment the desolate tower opened. It had been open barely a month, yet they'd already harvested countless divine materials. Now Ye Cheng was cast as their advance scout, walking into an unknown formation, deceived by those who claimed to be his allies. He clenched his fists. If this was the opportunity the clans believed he would waste, they hadn't counted on his resolve. As the spirit boat cut through the misty waters toward their destination, a single thought echoed in his mind. He would survive this, and turn their schemes against them. Ye Cheng stood on the deck of the spirit boat, the wind tugging at his robes as he watched the stars wheel overhead. Beside him, old Master Shen let out a slow, weary sigh. "Because of our vassals," the old man began, voice heavy with regret, "the Blood Sparrow and Yinming clans have hunted down every powerful being in these pocket worlds. Natives of the spirit boat, foreign masters, humans, even ancient races. None escaped their mark. Each one now bears our clan's twin runes. Their lives and deaths are no longer their own." Ye Cheng nodded. He'd seen the runes branded on countless captives as they were herded from world to world. But it wasn't revenge or conquest driving the two clans now. It was a single audacious goal. "Our real destination," Master Shen continued, "is the Saint King's mansion, or more precisely, the forbidden zone that surrounds it. You've heard the legends, a 1,000-mile estate so vast it dazzles the eye, filled with treasures and Taoist artifacts beyond imagining, but the true terror lies in its defenses." He paused, gathering his thoughts. Ye Cheng's gaze sharpened. 3,000 killing formations, Shen whispered, arrayed like sentinels around the mansion. Any life that treads too close is torn apart. Even if two ancient saints combined their powers, they couldn't force their way through. That's why we need cannon fodder. Dozens, maybe hundreds of marked souls to test each formation to find the gaps. The old man's shoulders slumped. This plan has taken years to prepare. We believed we could outwit the defenses, but every probe ends in slaughter, and each failure costs lives we can never replace. A hush fell over them as the spirit boat drifted closer to its next waypoint. Ye Cheng clenched his fists. He could feel the pull of destiny in the air, the promise of unimaginable treasures, the grip of ruthless formations, and the desperate gamble of those whose only value was as expendable pawns. He drew a steadying breath. "Then we'll do what must be done," he said quietly. "We'll learn from Eve, rise sacrifice, and press on." Old Master Shen looked at him, sorrow and pride warring in his eyes. "Very well, Ye Cheng. May the spirits guide us, and may our losses not be in vain." Chapter 10, The Third Voyage. Nearly 10,000 years ago, when the last desolate tower first materialized, the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans began laying secret groundwork for a grand design. Generations passed in careful preparation, and only now, under the cloak of this era, have they finally set their plan in motion. This time, a host of mighty formation masters have entered the tower's forbidding halls. Among them are several titans of arraycraft whose achievements border on the Saint Realm itself. Yet even their combined strength cannot shatter the tower's defenses in a single strike. Too many times they have struck, only to falter at the last barrier. To uncover every crack in its wards, they demand living test subjects, cannon fodder whose deaths will reveal hidden loopholes and seal the gaps in their spellwork. Aboard one such spirit boat, Ye Cheng listened to the murmurs of his fellow cultivators. The vessel's lanterns flickered against the inky void as it drifted toward the tower. He strained to catch every whispered rumor. "It's our third voyage," a veteran cultivator spat, voice cold with resentment. 3 round trips, and the last 2 returned empty, if they returned at all. So tell me, brothers, what fate awaits us? Are we to die down there without a word of warning? A spirit boat can carry 1,000 souls at a time. 3 voyages translate into at least 2,000 sacrifices, and that's just from a single ship. The Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans deploy multiple vessels for this grisly task, each ferrying fresh groups of unwitting cultivators to their doom. Ye Cheng's jaw clenched as he met the veteran's glare. He polished his sword with steady fingers, every muscle taut with anger. "They've trampled our lives like insects," he whispered. "One day, the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans will answer for this. I swear it." Ye Cheng wasn't human. He belonged to one of the forgotten ancient races. Until now, he had regarded both the Yinming clan and the Blood Sparrow clan with awe, but that awe had curdled into pure hatred. He spat a curse against them, his voice cold and sharp. No sooner had the words left his lips than his body stiffened. With a sickening crack like an overripe melon bursting, his skull exploded. Crimson gore spattered the walls and floor of the cramped cabin. Several of the nearby female cultivators shrieked and stumbled back in terror. "Whoever slanders the Supreme Saint clan shall perish," a voice thundered from outside. The cabin door was flung open. A master of the Yinming clan strode in, his cold eyes sweeping the group of terrified disciples huddled inside. His lips curved into a disdainful smile. "Clear out," he sneered. "We're about to break the 9 killing formation." He paused, letting his words sink in, then added in a tone both mocking and cruel, "If any of you can slip through those deadly arrays unscathed, I may yet grant you mercy. Survive, and I'll lift your sentence." His offer hung in the blood-slicked air like a guillotine blade. The remaining cultivators exchanged frightened glances, hearts pounding at the slim hope of escape. Some of the youngest recruits dared to lift their heads at the mention of hope, but the majority simply stared at the floor, their eyes dull as ash. What was this dreaded, life-restricted zone, anyway? Rumors said one misstep could claim 10 lives. That might be hyperbole, but a single fatal footfall? That was all too real. To complete the lethal formation, they'd each have to take at least 1,000 steps, and then repeat the trial 9 times over, for a total of 9,000 life-or-death gambles. Even with the 2 Holy Clans formation masters guiding them, every step was a desperate struggle. Only by surviving all 9,000 could they avoid being pressed into service as cannon fodder. Yinming clan's leader watched the recruits' despair with obvious pleasure. After all, their hopelessness fed his twisted amusement. But just then, his gaze landed on one lone figure in the corner of the cabin, Ye Cheng. He stood firmly by the porthole, chin raised, an expression unreadable. The clan leader's smile faltered, replaced by a faint frown. Not only was Ye Cheng strikingly handsome, but his composed expression, far from dull, it carried an air of serene detachment, irked the Yinming clan's powerhouse. He sneered and called out, "You and the rest of you will be the first to probe the formation." With that, he raised a hand, singled out Ye Cheng, and casually flicked his finger at several other underlings. A cruel smile played on his lips as he regarded Ye Cheng, eyes alight with malicious anticipation. Chapter 370. Yiling was a rising star of the Yinming clan, barely 2 centuries into his cultivation, yet already he had reached the Saint Emperor realm. His status in the clan was formidable, and his handsome features carried a faintly feminine grace. Even so, he paled beside Ye Cheng. With that unreadable calm about him, Ye Cheng seemed to wound Yiling's pride, so the clan expert deliberately assigned him to the front line, the first echelon. The others, the cannon fodder, would have to wait a few more days before being sent in. But today they would all enter the forbidden zone before the ruined mansion, tasked with breaking its protective formation. Hearing Yiling's command, Ye Cheng's expression remained tranquil. Inwardly, though, he was quietly thrilled. The rest, however, fell into panic. I'm in the first wave? No, please." One recruit stammered, eyes wide with fear. "My lord, have mercy. We're all ancient-blooded. Give me a chance. I'll serve as your war slave. Spare my life," pleaded another, falling to his knees. Around them, the alien-blooded cannon fodder groveled in desperation, each begging to be spared. But Yiling paid them no heed. His gaze stayed locked on Ye Cheng. Yiling watched Ye Cheng's unflinching calm with a frosty amusement. He narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. "You've got some nerve," he remarked. Let's see if you still feel brave when you face that killing array. With that, Ye struck the spiritual light talisman at his waist, unleashing a soft glow that seared a discreet mark onto Ye Cheng and the other members of the first wave dispatched into the restricted zone. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he ushered them all into the pocket dimension he'd cultivated within his robes. Inside that compressed space, Ye traced the intricate lines of a teleportation formation, one he'd set in place long ago with the Yinming clan and the Bloodbird sect. In an instant, the formation roared to life and swept them across vast distances. Normally, no spirit boat, or even a quasi-saint cultivator, could penetrate the lethal wards that encircled the old Saint King's mansion. Heaven and earth itself seemed imprisoned by those malevolent arrays. But the combined might of Yiling's pocket dimension and the twin clan teleportation grid shattered every barrier in their path. No more than the time it takes for a single incense stick to burn did it take for the journey to complete. When the light finally faded, Ye Cheng and the others found themselves staring out over a vast, blood-soaked wasteland. Crimson mists drifted across the shattered bones of ancient battlefields, and the ground stretched unbroken toward an unseen horizon. The abandoned Saint King's mansion must lie hidden somewhere beyond that sea of red, but first they would have to survive what lay before them. The Saint King's mansion rose as a faint silhouette on the distant horizon, but no one among the cannon fodder paused to admire it. Their eyes were locked instead on the desolate wasteland before them, and more precisely on the ragged line of monks inching forward across its cracked earth. These poor souls had arrived long before Ye Cheng and his small contingent. Many shuffled ahead like sleepwalkers, faces drained of all expression. Only a few, their cultivation bases still flaring with power, bore something resembling determination in their eyes. Whether driven by hope or numb resignation, each step they took was a gamble against certain death. A sudden whoosh shattered the tense quiet as one of the Yinming clan's captive masters stumbled into a hidden killing formation just inside the restricted zone. In an instant, the array burst to life. Brilliant, scarlet light coalesced above the ground, twisting into the form of a colossal red python. With a crack like splintering wood, its fanged maw clamped down on the unfortunate monk's torso, shearing him in two and painting the wasteland in a spray of dark blood. Shock rippled through the onlookers, but no one dared move. In this place, any misstep was a death sentence. Ah! The monks closest to the alien master, those who had only just survived, screamed in sheer terror. They scrambled backward, dismissing caution in their haste, and within heartbeats they set off the lethal formations concealed in the wasteland. Blazing strands of arcane energy coiled around their throats and throttled the life from them in seconds. Their deaths were far more brutal than the alien master's own fate. Outside the forbidden zone, a figure with a man's body and a serpent's head observed the carnage with icy detachment. His yellow-brown, vertically slit pupils darted over the shifting patterns of runes etched into the ground. "This approach is blocked," he announced coolly. "Withdraw and re-enter through the third gate on the east side." Flanked by warriors from the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans, and two hulking enforcers of the Saint clan, the snake-headed master showed no sympathy for the fallen monks. He and his retinue were fixated solely on the oscillating death arrays before them. The small band of monks escorting Ye Cheng went ashen. Their knees buckled, and several began to tremble uncontrollably. Ye Cheng steadied himself, swallowing back the bile of fear. He exchanged a glance with his companions, each face pale, each breath ragged. If they could not find a safe path through these murderous formations, none of them would live to see another dawn. With a firm nod, he motioned them to fall back, preparing to follow the serpent-headed master's command into the eastern approach and into whatever new dangers awaited. Ye sneered as he watched, eager to see how Ye Cheng would react, until a hissing voice interrupted him. "Ye, what's the holdup? Send them over immediately. I'm running short on manpower here." "On my way, brother Shekui," Ye called back, laughing. In one swift motion, like an eagle seizing fledglings, he plucked Ye Cheng and the other captives from the crowd and handed them off to the snake-headed alien master. Shekui glanced them over, his vertical pupils narrowing in displeasure. These recruits are unsatisfactory. Some are far too weak, others too strong. They'll only be wasted here. He let out a low hiss. When I venture deeper into the formation, we'll put them through the proper tests. With that, Shikui flicked his wrist. His lower body transformed into a writhing serpent tail that swept through the assembled prisoners. An invisible pressure slammed into Ye Cheng and several others, flinging them aside. Shaking off the impact, Ye Cheng noted grimly that all those separated with him were venerable rank cultivators, none yet risen to the Xuan Emperor level. Shikui made another subtle adjustment to the formation, isolating several elder emperors whose condensed qi remained surprisingly robust despite their years. The chosen few exchanged astonished glances, then relief. They had all but given themselves up for dead. Of course, Shikui's mercy was fleeting. These elders would soon be dispatched into the restricted zone as expendable explorers, and the strongest among them would likely endure the greatest dangers. Yet mere survival for now felt like a gift. Before anyone could react further, Yi Ling, youthful and composed, stepped forward. He inclined his head to Shikui with a polite smile, then turned his gaze to Ye Cheng. "Brother Shikui, I understand your plan," he said, "but I have a special regard for this human youth. If it's agreeable, I'd like him to join my Saint Clan expedition into the restricted area." Shikui's vertical pupils flicked toward Ye Cheng, a knowing glimmer in his eyes. Shikui flashed a playful grin. "All right, since you asked, Yiling, how could I refuse?" With that, he stretched out his massive spirit hand, ready to drag Ye Cheng back toward the handful of monks, their so-called cannon fodder team, who were desperately forcing their way through the battle array. Those left outside watched with mixed emotions. Some sneered in triumph, others looked on with pity. But Ye Cheng stood perfectly, his face unreadable, as if he didn't yet realize how dire his situation was. Just as Shikui's colossal spirit hand began to descend, a clear, elderly voice rang out from the crowd. "Master, may I take this young man's place in the formation?" "Huh?" The sudden interruption froze everyone, Shikui, Yi Ling, even Ye Cheng himself, mid-motion. All eyes turned to the speaker, an older cultivator with silver at his temples, known by his Taoist name, Li Yang. Earlier, both he and Ye Cheng had been held back in reserve, promised more dangerous assignments later. Despite his age, Liang's gaze burned with unshakable resolve as he stood forward, offering himself for the perilous task. Shikui blinked, taken aback by the old man's unexpected determination. Ye Cheng started at the sudden intrusion of Emperor Liang's voice in his mind. The old sovereign's gaze met his, and in an instant, Ye Cheng felt his consciousness slip free from his body and descend into the sealed-off expanse below. A thrill ran through him as he surveyed the forbidding terrain. Thanks to Liang's warning, Ye Cheng's keen eyes picked out something the other cultivators had overlooked. Scattered around the blood-soaked wasteland, right alongside the lethal formations crafted by Shikui, Yiling, and their subordinates, were several smaller arrays, each stained with sacrifice. But it was the faint, half-hidden runes interlaced among them that made his pulse quicken. They'd been placed with terrifying precision, tucked into the very joints of the killing networks, so that, when activated, they would enlarge the array's range of destruction and gradually consume even the safe zone Shikui and Yiling boasted about. To any observer, the cultivators left to die in this crimson field seemed beaten, numb to the horrors around them. Yet Ye Cheng knew better. The human masters, though outwardly resigned to despair, had never truly given up. These concealed runes were proof, a hidden trump card waiting for the moment to strike, ensuring that hope, however faint, still endured beneath the wasteland's scarlet crust. Emperor Liang, like Ye Cheng, had deliberately allowed himself to be captured by the Yinming clan. In truth, he was here to coordinate with the human masters for a decisive strike against both the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans. Yet even as he crossed into the sealed-off area, he could not afford to let his guard down. The runes they carried were single-use, one chance only. If they failed to slay the quasi-saints stationed here, if they contented themselves with only minor targets like Yiling or Shikui, then any fleeting freedom would be snatched away by those very quasi-saints. They would be hunted down again, forced to serve as cannon fodder, their lives spent unraveling the formation's secrets for Shikui and the others. And when that time came, it would be Emperor Liang, not Ye Cheng, risking everything. "Don't despair, my friend," the old emperor said, placing a steadying hand on Ye Cheng's shoulder. "You've practiced for barely 20 years, yet your cultivation has already reached the level of a Taoist master. What a pity he should fall here." The fading spirit of the former Emperor Liang drifted farther away, and at last Ye Cheng's eyes fluttered open. As the old emperor's earnest words reached him, Ye Cheng felt a swell of emotion brighten his features. He understood now what the old man intended. Liang must have seen Ye Cheng's calm exterior and mistaken it for indifference, when in truth it was the numbness of despair. So he had chosen this moment to remind him, to take the place of sacrifice, and to enter the death match himself. Though Ye Cheng knew he could not accept such kindness, he could not help but be moved by it. A sudden, icy voice cut through the charged air, halting everyone in their tracks. "Interesting. I never expected humans still had loyalty among you." Yiling's words dripped with contempt as he fixed his gaze on the former emperor. A cruel smile curved his lips. "Since you, old dog, have spoken, I shall grant your wish." The assembled onlookers exchanged uneasy glances. The old emperor's spirit wavered, a final echo of hope in his failing light. Yiling, eyes alight with hunger for blood, prepared to honor Liang's request, and the cruel game of survival began anew. "You and your chosen junior will enter the restricted zone together." With that command, Shekui moved without warning. A surge of sinister energy shot from his palm, binding Ye Cheng and the former Emperor Liang in cruel soul chains. Before anyone could react, they were hauled off toward the assembled Blood Sparrow clan escort. Around them, the Yinming clan cultivators' faces went pale. Even the lesser human sect members seethed with anger at the blatant injustice, yet not one dared defy the soul restraints in place. If the mighty ex-Emperor Liang could not break free, what hope did they have? Helpless, they watched as Shekui marched off with his prisoners, ready to deliver them into the heart of the forbidding prison. As they passed between rows of armored warriors, Ye Cheng's eyes gleamed with defiance. "Tell me, once we clear this restricted zone, will we actually make it into the Forbidden Palace? I heard your Blood Sparrow clan has been gathering all manner of holy materials. Are you planning to erect a grand formation there?" The master leading the escort, a tall, hawk-faced cultivator draped in crimson feathers, paused and regarded Ye Cheng with mild amusement. "You certainly know your rumors," he said, voice low and even. "But since you're so curious, I suppose it won't hurt to enlighten you." The Blood Sparrow clan master hovered at the fringe of the forbidden zone, his wings unfurling like a dark banner. He glanced down at Ye Cheng and the others, then turned back toward the desolate expanse ahead. With a single motion, he intended to blast them across the barrier and shatter its protective formation. He hadn't even listened to Ye Cheng's question. In his mind, Yiling had already marked this Daozun stage youth for death. With such a meager cultivation level, Ye Cheng wouldn't last more than a few steps inside the forbidden zone. Even if he miraculously avoided triggering any lethal wards himself, he'd still fall victim to traps set by other treasure hunters. The after effects alone would reduce him and his companions to ash. "Passing the boundary is only the first challenge," the clan master said, voice low and ruthless. "The mansion itself sits under layers of sealing restrictions. None can enter unless those seals are broken. That's why everyone's scrambling for the divine materials, to build the supreme killing array and force the seal apart. But," he paused, a cruel smile creeping across his face as he looked down at Ye Cheng, "you won't live long enough to see that day." With that, he braced himself, ready to unleash the gale that would hurl them into the forbidden zone and consign them to certain doom. Ye Cheng smiled, his expression calm. "So that's how it is. Thank you for the information. In return, I'll grant you a swift death." The Blood Sparrow clan master froze. A surge of alarm shot through him, and he instinctively spread his wings, trying to put distance between them, but it was already too late. A sudden boom echoed across the clearing. Under the stunned gazes of old Emperor Yu Liang and the other senior monks, Ye Cheng took a single, decisive step forward. His palm rose, spiritual energy coalescing into a razor-thin beam of sword light. Before the clan master could even cry out, That blade of pure intent sliced through him, sending him hurtling backward. He plummeted into the center of the blood-soaked wasteland below, right onto a hidden killing array. There wasn't time for a final plea. With a strangled grunt, the array sprang to life, shredding him into a mist of crimson that drifted above the scarlet-stained earth. Ye Cheng watched impassively as the last wisp of blood vapor dissipated. "It seems this path really was a dead end," he said softly. "And you delivered me the quick death I wanted." He turned toward Yiling and the others, who stood a short distance away, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, yet the sight sent a chill through Yiling and the others. Chapter 371. Shikui's eyes went cold. What's going on? Why did he suddenly lash out? Yiling, how did you set the sealing talisman? Yiling trembled. I don't know. It wasn't my doing. This boy was bound by the ancestral soul talisman. How could it fail? Save your excuses, Shikui snarled. He's gone rogue. Fellow Taoist masters, subdue him at once. A dozen cultivators at his command drew their spirit weapons and unleashed a converging wave of divine energy and sword light. The air crackled as their combined aura pierced the clearing, intent on overwhelming Ye Cheng. Watching from a distance, old Emperor Liang and the others froze in astonishment at the sudden surge of power. In the next heartbeat, they recovered, shouting orders as they raced forward to join the fray, determined to bring this defiant youth under control before he could break free entirely. Ye Cheng's allies tensed, ready to leap in. None of them would stand by and watch him fight alone. But he held up a hand, his voice calm and commanding. "Senior Liang, everyone, stay where you are. Just protect yourselves." Liang and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Unlike Ye Cheng, they couldn't shrug off the Yinming clan's sealing array. Any reckless move might trigger its backlash, wounding them, even shattering their souls. That was the last thing Ye Cheng wanted. He let a cold smile curve his lips. "Ants daring to overturn the world? You're only hastening your own deaths." At his words, Shikui's eyes blazed with fury. In an instant, he swept his arms through the air. Taoist runes exploded into being, swirling and intertwining until they solidified into a void-slaying array, crackling with spatial force. Then, as if the formation had grown teeth, it spat out a volley of razor-sharp light blades, hurtling straight for Ye Cheng. Shikui's skill with formations was legendary. No wonder the two ancient saints entrusted him with breaching this forbidden zone. Now his deadly array was unleashed, and the very air around it seemed to warp and tear. The moment Ye Cheng completed his formation, the air around him shivered with raw power. Dozens of translucent blades, each a ripple of void-lit steel, hovered in midair, humming with a lethal intent. Wherever one of those blades passed, it snapped the very lines of heaven and earth in two, severing reality itself like paper. Even without resorting to forbidden weapons, the killing force amassed here rivaled that of a true Tianzun, brushing against the upper limit imposed by the immortal Tao. "Young master, watch out!" cried the old Liang emperor, his face blanching despite Ye Cheng's earlier warning to stand down. "This is a void killing formation. Those blades can pierce the void and strike from any direction." No sooner had the emperor finished speaking than the blades flickered out of sight. In the next instant, they re-emerged without a hint of chi fluctuation. No glimmer of wind, fire, or aura betrayed their movement, as they converged around Ye Cheng in a perfect circle. Before he could adjust his stance, the blade slammed home, hemming him in at the center. At the same moment, Shikui's alien masters launched their assault from the rear, charging forward with ruthless precision. Trapped within the ring of void light, Ye Cheng faced a deadly pincer. Blades of pure emptiness slicing in, and a fresh wave of hostile cultivators bearing down from behind. The battlefield held its breath, waiting to see if even he could escape such a perfect ambush. For a moment, the divine radiance overwhelmed everything. Blades of pure light ripped across the sky, and the distant, imprisoned monks looked on in despair. No ordinary defense could stop such an onslaught. Even if Ye Cheng unleashed a forbidden weapon and invoked the full power of a heavenly venerable, he would surely perish under that barrage. Shikui's eyes went ice-cold as he sneered. "I told you, this creature is nothing but a minor pest. All its flashy tricks won't change the fact that it can't threaten us." Beside him, Yiling relaxed with a self-satisfied grin. He shot forward, eager to confirm Ye Cheng's end. Brother Shikui is incredible. To him, this so-called beast is merely a stinking bug, hardly worth our time. With that, Yiling stepped closer, ready to witness Ye Cheng's downfall firsthand. Then, in the next heartbeat, a hand as swift as lightning tore through the blinding light and clamped around Yiling's throat. Shikui and the other foreign masters froze, shock draining the color from their faces. "Aunt," Yiling gasped, terror choking off his words. "How dare you?" No one expected Ye Cheng to survive that ambush, let alone break free and seize Yiling. Shikui's face went white as he shouted, "Don't you dare kill him, or you'll live to regret it." Gritting his teeth, Shikui glared at Ye Cheng. The foreign masters at his back backed up, forming a tight circle around him, but none dared strike. They all knew Yiling was a prized heir of the Yinming clan, personally groomed by one of its semi-saints. If the boy died here, Shikui might slip through the cracks, but those outsiders would answer for it. Yiling trembled under Ye Cheng's unyielding grip. His once handsome, almost delicate features had drained of color. He looked more corpse than child. Voice shaking, he gasped, "Don't be rash. If you kill me, not one of us will ever escape these ruins alive." Ye Cheng didn't even flinch as Yiling's voice cracked in fear. "My uncle is a quasi-saint. He'll be here any moment," the frightened youth blustered, trying to keep up a show of bravado. Before Yiling could finish, Ye Cheng cut him off with calm indifference. "Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. I still need you to guide me through this place. Just cooperate, and you'll live." With those words, Ye Cheng's hand shot out like lightning. In a heartbeat, he seized Yiling's collar and, with effortless strength, flung him into the blood-stained wasteland below. "Ah!" Yiling's scream was swallowed by the oppressive silence. Beneath him, a sinister glow erupted, a red flash that marked the activation of a concealed killing array. The wave of energy raked across the field. Though it missed Yiling's head, it tore away everything below his chest. All that remained was a mangled torso, writhing in the gore. Yiling's earlier arrogance, his threats to send Liang's team in to explore the Forbidden Zone, had vanished. Now he lay broken, gasping in his own blood. Ye Cheng surveyed the scene coolly, shaking his head in disdain. "So this is the great genius of the Yinming clan," he murmured. "He can't even probe a single array without ending up half dead. Truly pathetic." He turned away, already refocused on the task ahead. The ruined wasteland fell silent once more, save for Yiling's ragged breaths echoing among the stones, and Ye Cheng pressed onward, undeterred. Shikui and the others snapped back to attention, their eyes blazing with fury as they fixed their gaze on Ye Cheng. None of them could remember the last time anyone had dared to slight Shikui, especially in the presence of the ancient saints' quasi-saints, whether within the deserted tower or out here in the wasteland. Being ignored by this unassuming young man was an outright humiliation. "Human insects! I'm done being patient!" Shikui bellowed, his voice shaking the air. With that roar, he unleashed the hidden traps he'd planted long ago. The void itself seemed to shiver as 9 Emperor-grade killing arrays materialized in the clouds above. Ordinarily, these formations lay dormant. Shikui had underestimated Ye Cheng and held his hand. Now, though, he was done holding back. At his command, 9 formidable masters, from Yinming and Shui clans, stepped into the circles of power hovering overhead. They hovered like vultures, their intent clear as they stared down at Ye Cheng below, ready to strike. But Ye Cheng met their glare without flinching. The gathering storm of arrays crackled with lethal energy. In that charged silence, only one question remained: who would make the next move? With the 9 killing A's layered atop one another, the resulting torrent of destructive energy rivaled that of any forbidden weapon. Bathed in the arcane might of his formation, Shikui's eyes gleamed with cold determination. He fixed his gaze on Ye Cheng, and with a casual flick of his wrist, unleashed the first wave. Countless blades of light whipped through the air like a merciless tsunami, their frigid radiance turning daylight to steel. No sooner had the first storm of blades formed than Shikui snapped his fingers again, calling forth a second, deeper layer of cutting light. This time, the target was clear, the group of expendable escorts accompanying the retired Emperor Liang. Shikui's lips curled into a cruel smile. This boy seems particularly fond of these cannon fodder, he said under his breath. Let's see how he fares when his precious shield is shattered. A chorus of approving murmurs rose from the foreign masters arrayed behind Shikui. Brilliant, Lord Shikui, one exclaimed. The ultimate tactic, draw out the enemy's weakness, then strike where it hurts most. Emperor Liang and his remaining guards stared in horror at the two converging plateaus of lethal light. There was no time to regroup, no path of escape. The first wave was already bearing down on Ye Cheng. The second was closing in on the defenseless escorts. Desperation flickered in Liang's eyes, but he knew as well as anyone that hesitation now would mean slaughter. In that moment, all turned to Ye Cheng, hoping he might yet thread a needle through this web of blades and save them all. The world seemed to tilt for a moment as their vision blurred, and then they saw him, Ye Cheng, standing unflinchingly before them. "Young man, you must go," Emperor Liang cried out, his color draining from his face. "Don't waste your life on us. Only if you live can you carry out our vengeance," the other cultivators shouted in unison. Their pleas came too late. From every direction, blades of pure, radiant energy rained down like a merciless storm. Unhesitatingly, Ye Cheng summoned his spiritual power, forming an invisible barrier that halted each gleaming edge in midair. He drew them toward himself, condensing thousands of deadly slivers into a single, seething mass before his chest. Then crack! Emperor Liang and his followers stared in disbelief as the volley of blades struck Ye Cheng's body. The blades, each forged to fell even a heavenly venerable, shattered against him like brittle glass against divine iron. Shards of light fell to the ground, scattering like dew under a noonday sun, leaving nothing but the echo of their splintering silence. What is happening here? On Yunhai, Shikui and the others' eyes flew open. For a moment, they couldn't believe what they were seeing, until Ye Cheng looked up at them and offered a calm, knowing smile. Just like that, their illusions shattered. A thunderous roar broke the stunned silence. Shikui, the strongest among them, was the first to fully awaken. Without hesitation, and to the astonishment of the foreign masters arrayed behind him, the so-called Emperor of Formations shed his human guise. In an instant, a colossal silver python materialized in his place, its body stretching nearly 1,000 feet into the sky. Harnessing the latent power of the 9-layer killing formation, the serpent tore at the fabric of the void itself. A jagged rift yawned open before it. With a final, contemptuous glance at his frozen subordinates, the silver python lunged into the tier and vanished, abandoning everyone he'd fought beside. In the aftermath, the foreign masters stood speechless, the echo of that defection still reverberating through the broken battlefield. But Ye Cheng only watched the dissipating portal with a tight expression, already calculating his next move. Chapter 372. You're not going anywhere, someone called out sharply. Your talent in formation cultivation is exceptional. You could easily fill several posts. It'd be a shame to lose you now. The foreign masters froze, utterly astonished. They had never expected Shikui to abandon them and flee. Before they could react, a clear voice rang out, Ye Cheng. Immediately, a low, resonant boom of power followed, leaving everyone bewildered. In stunned horror, they watched as the rift in the void, torn open by Shikui's desperate attempt to escape, snapped shut under the force of Ye Cheng's divine energy. Shikui's flight had backfired. He slammed headlong into the closing barrier, blood spraying from his wounds as crimson serpent blood splattered across the sky. Even Emperor Liang and the others stood speechless. They had anticipated a fierce struggle, but nothing had prepared them for this display of strength. Whispered rumors flew among them. Is he wielding some ultimate forbidden artifact? His power rivals that of a perfect heavenly venerable. Perhaps he's even a saint-level venerable in disguise. Emperor Liang narrowed his eyes, surprise and curiosity warring on his face as he regarded Ye Cheng. Yet amid all the speculation, Ye Cheng himself remained utterly composed, his thoughts hidden behind a calm, inscrutable gaze. After cutting off Shikui's only escape route, Ye Cheng wasted no time. In a flash of motion, he reappeared before Shikui, who barely had a chance to shout. With a single, fluid movement, Ye Cheng grabbed the python tail at Shikui's back and hurled him hard into the sealed-off area. Need me to break the formation open for you? Ye Cheng called over his shoulder. Or would you prefer I send the rest of you in personally? The group of alien masters froze, their confidence draining away as they stared at him. One of them, an elder from the Blood Sparrow clan, found his voice at last, though it shook with uncertainty. Who are you? We are the descendants of the ancient saints. Do you declare war on us? Ye Cheng's lips curved into a slow, amused grin. Who am I? I thought you'd be the ones to recognize me. After all, it was the Blood Sparrow clan that marked me as their prize before ever setting foot in this deserted tower. He laughed softly, the sound low and resonant, as though rolling thunder had suddenly broken overhead. Each syllable struck the alien masters like a blow, leaving them stunned and disoriented. It's you. You're the murderer who slew Emperor Shuiwan. Voices trembled across the ranks of the Blood Sparrow tribe as their masters stared at Ye Cheng in horror. Had they known he was approaching, they would never have dared to stand alongside Shekui. They would have fled at the first opportunity. But now it was far too late for regret. Ye Cheng's faint, knowing smile froze them in place. The tribe's leaders exchanged anxious looks. His fearsome reputation was enough to break their will. One by one, they bowed their heads and stepped back, submitting to his unspoken command. They moved into the restricted zone, displacing the monsters they themselves had once banished there. Seeing their masters comply, the other creatures followed suit, their defiance drained. Perhaps they could buy a little time behind the forbidden barrier, and with two quasi-saints from the forbidden mansion overseeing this place, they clung to the slim hope that even Ye Cheng, as formidable as he was, could not overcome such power. Ye Cheng stood at the edge of the blood wastes, his eyes fixed on the coiling energies of the captive aliens before him. A cruel smile played on his lips. As soon as the quasi-saints arrive, he murmured, they'll suppress this beast. By the time I reach them, I'll be free. He could read the thoughts swirling around each alien master, greed, fear, determination, but he paid them no mind. He needed their strength to shatter the Saint Monarch's formation. No matter one's talent, breaching the Saint Monarch's mansion meant crossing this accursed waste, Eland, where the ground itself seemed to thirst for blood. The protective grid the Saint Monarch had woven was so fiendishly intricate that even someone of Ye Cheng's caliber would be pushed to his limits. With these aliens lending their power, the task would be far swifter and far more certain. Yet there was a second, even more pressing reason he had kept them alive. The former Emperor Liang, his escort, and every creature Ye Cheng had freed from the restricted zone all bore forbidden runes placed by the twin holy clans. These sigils were forged from rare cosmic principles. They could not be destroyed, only transferred. That made Ye Cheng's alien captives indispensable, willing or not, to the success of his plan. He tapped the air, and faint glyphs glowed around the nearest alien's wrist. The creature recoiled, but could not escape. Ye Cheng's eyes gleamed. Begin the transfer, he ordered. Let's see if the quasi-saints are swift enough to save you. And with that, the battle for the Saint Monarch's secrets and for Ye Cheng's freedom truly began. Ye Cheng worked methodically, moving from prisoner to prisoner. First came the old Emperor Liang, once a proud sovereign, now reduced to little more than a living vessel. One after another, the captives the two holy clans had corralled and earmarked as cannon fodder, creatures whose lives had been worse than death, were laid before him. With practiced precision, Ye Cheng extracted the forbidden runes carved into their flesh. As each rune was freed, he sealed it in a tiny containment orb and sent it hurtling toward Shekui and the other formation masters. No, damn you! Give them back! Shekui howled, stumbling forward as if in pain. His cry echoed through the cavernous chamber. Around him, the other alien masters reacted in fury and disbelief. These runes had been their own design, runic formulas they and their fellow architects had devised inside the Wild Tower, meant to subjugate and accelerate the victim's death throes so the formation would collapse more quickly. And now Ye Cheng was turning their greatest weapon against them. Shikui's face twisted with rage, veins throbbing at his temples. You insolent human! Those runes are our legacy, our breakthrough. How dare you steal what we created? But Ye Cheng paid him no heed. His attention was entirely on the emaciated creatures at his feet. Only moments before, these poor souls had been nothing more than test subjects, forced to endure excruciating deaths to prove the validity of Shikui's theories. Now, freed from their infernal markings, they lay gasping, blinking at the harsh light of freedom for the first time. Ye Cheng took a deliberate step back as each orb of rune energy drifted into Shikui's waiting formation matrix. The collected power began to hum and swirl, responding to the alien master's furious incantations. Around them, the rescued captives stirred, pain easing from their eyes. They were still weak, but they were alive, and that was all he needed. Shikui recoiled, clutching his rune-inscribed arms as the stolen formulas integrated with his body. "You will pay for this." He spit, though his voice lacked its earlier confidence. Across the chamber, the other masters exchanged uneasy glances. Ye Cheng simply bowed once, coolly. "I'm sorry I couldn't return your precious runes to you," he said, voice steady. "They belong to those who lived and died under them." With that, he turned away, leaving the enraged alien masters to tend to their own injuries and the newly freed prisoners to their uncertain futures. Occasionally, to study the Saint King's killing array, its design, its limits, Shikui would purposely send creatures to their deaths, simply to set off the formation and learn from it firsthand. Now that he'd finally been forced to taste his own medicine, there was no reason to feel sorry for him. After all, he'd never shown an ounce of mercy when he'd done the same to others. "That's exactly how fiends like him deserve to be dealt with," someone shouted. "Ha! Did you see that? Those bastards have finally gotten what they earned. Brother, I'm alive, and the one who tried to kill you is trapped in the array too." The rescued, humans and cultivators of the ancient tribes alike, began weeping with relief, tears streaming down their faces as they looked up at the sky. Then, as one, they turned toward Ye Cheng and flung themselves to the ground, foreheads striking the earth with firm thuds. "We thank His Highness Ye Cheng for saving our lives. This favor will never be forgotten." "If there ever comes a day when we leave the desolate tower," the assembled creatures declared in unison, "our tribe will serve His Highness with everything we have." Among them were several young masters from the so-called ancient tribes, and as they spoke, they sealed their words with a formal life oath, an invocation that stirred the forces of heaven and earth. Ye Cheng barely flinched. These tribes were hardly formidable, otherwise they wouldn't be driven before the Bloodbird clan and the Yinming clan, and their precious young masters were more cannon fodder than allies. Besides, these alien prodigies owed him nothing. Their heartfelt pledges would not enrich his purple chi cauldron of all living things. With a casual wave, Ye Cheng dismissed them, motioning for the kneeling figures to rise, and made no further comment. What he did not expect, however, was the reaction deep within himself. As the creature's oaths rang out, the purple chi cauldron of all living things began to churn once more. Mysterious violet mist swelled around him, and one by one, spiritual lights flickered into existence. Intrigued and a little startled, Ye Cheng drew his awareness inward to investigate the sudden surge of energy. "I'd be happy to help. Could you please provide the full text of the chapter you'd like me to rewrite? Once I have the complete passage, I'll transform it into polished, idiomatic English with Ye Cheng as the male protagonist." Chapter 373. Before him hovered the purple chi cauldron of all living beings, its surface etched with countless runes and Tao characters, each a vessel for the supreme great Tao's true essence. Yet the inscriptions shimmered and wavered, refusing to resolve into clarity. Even Ye Cheng strained in vain to read them. Still, he felt a growing tide of fortune pooling within the cauldron. With every breath, the vessel's potential swelled, and whenever the runes flickered into view, its power leapt forward. Around him, members of the ancient race knelt in reverent awe, their devotion feeding the cauldron's growth. To his astonishment, Ye Cheng realized that several more Tao characters had materialized on its bronze flanks. Though his accumulated luck hadn't leapt by much, the cauldron itself crackled with newfound potency, as though it might one day bend heaven and earth to its will. Could the offerings and worship of even the ancient race become sustenance for the purple chi cauldron of all living beings? He wondered, eyes bright with sudden insight. A quiet smile curved his lips. This revelation could reshape everything. Ye Cheng paused to consider the cauldron before him. Even though it's called the Purple Chi Cauldron of all beings, the term all beings isn't literal. It's really centered on humanity. He nodded, though inside he was quietly astonished. By sheer chance, he had awakened a new stage of transformation in the cauldron, opening an unexpected avenue for its evolution. This breakthrough hadn't wildly enhanced the cauldron's fortune rating, yet the appearance of several divine Tao runes was unmistakable. As his own power continued to grow alongside the cauldron's refinement, those runes would eventually be put to use, making today's gains a significant boost to his combat strength. Ye Cheng ran his fingers over the cauldron's surface, feeling the subtle shifts within. Beyond the ceiling barrier, Shikui and the others were in dire straits. Although they bristled at their predicament, they dared not challenge the band's grip. All they could do was expend every ounce of their strength to keep the formation intact for Ye Cheng's benefit. Needless to say, the trial was perilous. One by one, the alien races that Ye Cheng had driven into the formation, beginning with Yiling, collapsed within its confines. Only Shikui and a handful of others remained upright, their mastery of formation arts sparing them the worst of the trap's effects. Even so, every survivor bore fresh wounds. The rest of the alien masters crouched on the scorched ground, battered and gasping. "Where are our reinforcements? Why haven't they come for us yet?" One wounded warrior spat, voice thick with frustration. "I'm close to breaking. These damned ants, they actually devour their own masters. I hate them," another snarled, each word dripping venom. Their curses echoed across the desolate clearing. At that moment, the old Emperor Liang shook off the last binding restrictions. His posture straightened, but worry still shadowed his eyes. He approached Ye Cheng, voice low and urgent. "Ye Cheng, you're unrivaled in power. But remember, there are quasi-saints lurking in this domain. Don't push your luck. Retreat before it's too late." Ye Cheng met his gaze calmly. He showed no sign of turning away. Unfazed by Liang's warning, he intended to stay, to challenge the Yinming clan and the Bloodbird clan alike for the secrets buried in these ancient ruins. Ye Cheng found himself in a perilous situation. Even with Liang and the others at his side, he stood little chance against two ancient saints. Old Emperor Liang, his gratitude and concern plain in his weathered gaze, urged restraint. "As long as the Green Mountains endure, our supplies will hold," the old emperor said earnestly. "Let's fall back for now, alert the major holy sites and sects, Taishu sect, the Eternal Light Monastery, the Azure Cloud Temple, and then mount a united assault. It's far safer and practically foolproof." Liang's advice came from genuine admiration for Ye Cheng's talent. He refused to see such a young genius perish. But Ye Cheng simply smiled, lifting a hand to reassure him. "Thank you for your concern, Venerable Senior," he said, "but I will stay here. I have every confidence in my plan." He turned to gaze at the distant ruins of the Saint Lord's mansion. Scouts, under Shikui's command, had already reported the defenses. The forbidden killing formation they'd just breached was merely the outermost layer. Beyond it lay even more formidable wards guarding the mansion's inner sanctum. To reach the heart of the ruin, Ye Cheng would first have to shatter those protective restrictions, and he was ready to try. The protective barrier around the mansion is pale by comparison to the divine might of the forbidden killing array, which alone could slay an emperor or even a quasi-saint. Here, any cultivator under 100 years of age who has reached the Dao Zun level can pass through its wards without difficulty. Yet in the Wild Tower, the immortal prohibitions severely cap every fighter's power. A Dao Zun's strength can't even match the mid-stage of a Xuan Zun, and the emperor himself, despite his legendary reputation, tops out at late-stage Xuanzun. At best, a Xuanzun cultivator can fight at peak Xuanzun level. Only by wielding a forbidden artifact can he ascend to Tianzun power. Even a quasi-saint armed with the most potent forbidden weaponry achieves no more than Saint Zun might. This vast imbalance is why the Blood Sparrow clan and the Yinming clan are constantly scouring the world for cannon fodder to test and ultimately breach the mansion's formation. At the same time, they demand that their vassals gather every rare divine material they can lay hands on. If the protective seal couldn't be undone by ordinary means, the only alternative was to gather rare divine materials, set up a lethal formation, and forcefully shatter the guardian rune guarding the mansion's ruins. But Ye Cheng had no desire to endure such a costly ordeal. I already possess 2 immortal lives, and my immortal body is only just solidifying, he said coolly. Even without forbidden weapons, my strength already rivals that of a Saint Venerable. He paused, a steady confidence in his eyes. If I can lay my hands on a top-tier forbidden weapon, I won't merely achieve the perfect combat power of a Tao Venerable, I'll break through to its initial stage. That alone more than satisfies the seal's requirements. Precisely because of this, Ye Cheng felt neither fear nor hesitation at the thought of facing the quasi-saint guardians dispatched by the 2 holy clans. In fact, he welcomed their arrival. Only fighters of such caliber could wield the legendary forbidden weapons he coveted. Emperor Liang, listening to Ye Cheng's unwavering conviction, found himself momentarily speechless. His earnest words of caution died on his lips, though the concern in his eyes remained undiminished. A flicker of anticipation crossed the old emperor's face. Perhaps this young man really did have an unimaginable trump card up his sleeve. After all, Ye Cheng's record, most notably his crushing of Shi Kuai and the others, had already far exceeded their wildest expectations. As Liang and the gathered nobles exchanged excited whispers, a distant teleportation array suddenly flared to life. Within moments, several figures strode through its shimmering portal and into the wasteland. Wherever they passed, the alien commanders overseeing the conscripted cannon fodder bowed low in deference, while the captured beasts forced to labor over the arrays watched them with a mixture of fear and bitter hatred. These were no ordinary reinforcements. They came from the famed Blood Sparrow clan and Yinming clan, warriors whose prowess was the stuff of legend. Leading the detachment were 2 masters who had attained the very pinnacle of the Emperor realm, making them among the highest-ranking elites in the Allied Expeditionary Force. Methodically, they swept across each excavation site, inspecting the arrays and urging their subordinates to maintain a relentless pace. So far, their efficiency had left them visibly pleased. Lord Dao of the Blood Sparrow clan studied the holographic war map hovering between them. Thankfully, we've mustered enough cannon fodder. At this pace, we can breach the restricted killing array and reach the abandoned mansion in no more than a month. Emperor Yinming frowned. A month still feels too long. The more time we spend, the greater the chance for unforeseen complications. Is there any way to speed things up? Lord Dao hesitated, then sighed. If we rush, the casualty rate among our cannon fodder will spike, but if that's what it takes... Emperor Yinming's eyes hardened with resolve. Very well. When we return, I'll petition the quasi-saint to issue a decree ordering every formation master across the districts to accelerate their progress, and I'll command our vassals to deliver fresh troops without delay. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. After all, while my clan may lack numbers of ancient beasts, the Wild Tower and the wider Wild Realm teem with mortal races. Humans, elves, orcs will draw from every one of them. Now is the perfect moment to unleash the blood-eating horde, declared the Emperor of the Yinming clan. Beside him, the Emperor of the Blood Sparrow clan nodded eagerly, but not without a warning. Brother Dao, this plan will work, but we must not underestimate the human race. Make certain the forbidden runes are strengthened and flawlessly inscribed. Rest assured, Brother Dao, Emperor of the Yinming clan, replied with a confident laugh. Humans are nothing more than ants, fit only to be our nourishment. Even if they have rediscovered cultivation since the ancient age, they remain insignificant. The mightiest among them will never pierce the wards we 2 holy clans have laid. He waved a crimson-plumed blood sparrow to attention. Before us lies the 13th Earth District, where one of our clan's brightest heirs awaits. His name is Yi Ling. Brother Dao, see to it that he is well protected. The hall fell into a hush as the Yinming Emperor gestured toward the gathering. Among us today is our clan's revered formation sovereign, Shekuai, he announced, voice resonant. He was one of the architects behind the Forbidden Rune. If any of you harbor doubts, I urge you to speak with him directly. Your concerns will vanish. He never finished the sentence. Mid-voice, his gaze snapped to a distant point beyond the open gates. Around him, the Blood Sparrow Emperor stiffened, and the 2 holy clan masters, representing the Sacred Flame and Sacred Frost, followed his line of sight. Their expressions froze as they stared out over the barren expanse before them. Moments later, shock rippled through the assembly. How could Shekui have crossed into the wasteland so swiftly? One of the Holy Frost Masters blurted. Is that Yeek and Ye Long? Another cried. Why is the forbidden rune hovering over them? And where is Yeling? A chorus of startled exclamations rose from the throne room. What on earth was unfolding out there? Meanwhile, on the cracked earth of the wasteland itself, Shekui and his companions lay motionless, stunned into silence by the rune's sudden activation. Their eyes darted desperately toward the mad cacophony of voices echoing from the distant palace. Panic surged through them, until a single, resolute figure strode into view. He was broad-shouldered and carried himself with an unshakable calm. His dark robes fluttered in the wind, revealing the intricate sigils of the Yinming clan insignia across his chest. As he closed the distance, each of the stranded cultivators recognized him instantly. Ye Cheng. Relief and joy overwhelmed them. Shekui, his normally austere features breaking into rare warmth, struggled to his feet. Ye Cheng, he exclaimed, voice thick with emotion. The others, Yiku and Yilong among them, gasped and covered their mouths, tears brimming in their eyes. From the palace steps to the edge of the wasteland, the assembled emperors and masters watched in stunned silence as Ye Cheng reached down one hand to steady his friends. In that moment, every doubt about the forbidden rune, every fear clouding their hearts, seemed to vanish before his unwavering gaze. My lord, you've finally arrived. My lord, save me. The foreign master's desperate cries echoed across the blood-soaked plain. But before they could finish their plea, one of their own, an overexcited cultivator from the Yinming clan, stumbled forward and accidentally activated the infamous Killing Array rune. In an instant, a blinding pillar of divine light erupted from the ground. It struck the unfortunate cultivator dead center, reducing him to ashes before anyone could react. Blood stained the earth where he had fallen, and a hush of terror rippled through the onlookers, especially the Yinming emperor himself. His face drained of color as he realized how easily his clansmen had been obliterated. All around them, the foreign masters exchanged horrified glances, suddenly aware that salvation had arrived, but not in the way they had expected. From the edge of the wasteland, Ye Cheng stepped forward, his calm gaze sweeping over the scene of devastation. Heaving the killing light, he was the living embodiment of ruthless efficiency. And now, no power in the world could stand in his way. Chapter 374. You insolent human ants! Dare you turn the tables? You're courting death! The emperor of the Yinming clan bellowed, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on the far edge of the wasteland. There, Ye Cheng and his allies had taken up position, a spot once dominated by Shikuai and the other alien masters. Not long ago, those mighty visitors had towered confidently above the wasteland, looking down on the trembling human insects as they fought for every scrap of survival. But in the blink of an eye, the roles had reversed. The aliens were now the hunted, trapped in a restricted zone, and reduced to cannon fodder. Such a turn of events was unbearable to the patrol leaders, especially to the emperor of the Yinming clan. Mere moments earlier, he had been assuring the Blood Sparrow Masters that these humans posed no real threat. Now, reality had delivered a savage rebuke. Worse still, upon arriving, he had sensed that his clan's brightest scion, Yi Ling, the very guardian of this sector, had lost his life force signature. Rumor whispered that Yi Ling had fallen somewhere in the wasteland's unforgiving wilds. The Emperor's roar echoed across the barren expanse, part fury, part disbelief, as he prepared to unleash his vengeance. Shi Kui, the array worshipper whom the Yinming Emperor had once vaunted, was now unceremoniously thrown into the formation, reduced to a mere tool for his insect armies to shatter it from within. The Emperor's rage reached a fever pitch. You insolent whelp! Come face your death! With a thunderous roar, the Yinming Emperor fixed his glare on Ye Cheng. He may not have known all that had transpired, but his supreme cultivation instantly revealed Ye Cheng as the ringleader of the defiance. Sweeping back his sleeves, he unleashed a rolling tide of dark energy. High above the battlefield, a colossal hand materialized, easily 100 feet across, its shadowy surface crackling with corrosive power as if intent on dragging every living thing into the abyss beyond. This was no simple spiritual attack. It embodied the very essence of the great Tao. Even an emperor of equal rank would struggle to withstand it. Any spiritual force that dared strike this gargantuan hand was instantly devoured, decomposed into lifeless air by the malevolent dark energy, which in turn only fueled its terrible might. Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed as he unleashed the Yinming clan's ultimate killing art, one of the netherworld treasures, known simply as the netherworld ghost hand. A swirling mass of ethereal force shot from his palm, imbued with horrifying power. Old Emperor Liang's face drained of color the instant he recognized the technique. He opened his mouth to warn Ye Cheng, but the attack struck too swiftly. A ghostly hand, crackling with dark energy, slammed into Ye Cheng's guard, driving him backward before he could fully brace. "My friend, don't try to block that with your fist. Use a spirit weapon," Liang roared. Teeth gritted, he hurled his own spiritual blade into the path of the ghostly assault. He knew it couldn't hold back the netherworld ghost hand for long, but even a moment's pause could save Ye Cheng from serious injury. As the blade streaked forward, a thunderous cry split the air. From the side of the clearing erupted a pillar of blood-red flame, coiling like a furious dragon. In the same instant, the emperor of the Blood Sparrow clan descended with a war cry, his fiery aura enveloping the scene. The flaming serpent of fire lunged, snatched Liang's blade, and shattered it to embers. Now the Blood Sparrow Emperor stood alongside Ye Cheng and Liang, eyes blazing with righteous fury. With a roar, he launched his own assault, determined to punish the two intruders who dared face him on this field. Ye Cheng's heart sank when he saw who'd just appeared. He didn't recognize the man who'd struck him down, but he knew the Blood Sparrow clan's wrath well enough. Several of their warriors lay dead in the wasteland, and this newcomer had come to avenge them. Seizing the moment when old Emperor Liang was focused on Ye Cheng, the Blood Sparrow clan's emperor lunged at Liang's side. "Old dog, today you answer to me," the clan emperor roared. At once, a handful of alien masters, bodyguards of the Blood Sparrow clan, sprang forward. With ruthless efficiency, they separated Ye Cheng from the old emperor and bound him in place. Among them were the 7 emperor-rank cultivators Ye Cheng had rescued earlier. "It's over," one of the stranded creatures on the field whispered hoarsely. Across the wasteland, dozens more watched in stunned silence. None had expected the alien reinforcements to arrive so swiftly or in such overwhelming numbers. On one side, 2 perfect emperors stood firm. On the other, now 9 emperor-rank adversaries surrounded Ye Cheng. As if sensing their grim advantage, the Yinming clan's emperor, the one still grappling with Ye Cheng, let out a low, triumphant laugh. He raised his hand, revealed a small bone pendant, and cast it to the ground. Boom! A torrential wave of shadowy energy exploded outward, encapsulating the Yinming emperor and inflating his aura to a godlike magnitude. The very air around him roiled and tore, as if reality itself recoiled from his power. Ye Cheng steadied himself, eyes flashing with determination. He was outnumbered and cornered, but he would not yield. Not yet. Not ever. He had unleashed a forbidden weapon to vault his strength to the Tianzun level. "Though I cannot fathom how a mere insect like you subdued Shi Kui and slew our clan's champion, it matters little," the Yinming clan emperor snarled. "Imp of the human race, today you perish." The emperor's roar shook the heavens as dark energy surged through his veins. He fixed Ye Cheng in his sights like an ant beneath his boot and unleashed his assault. From the netherworld, 100 colossal phantom hands, each 100 feet long and brimming with demonic shadow, exploded into being. They coalesced into an inky tide that blotted out sky and ground, hurtling toward Ye Cheng with unstoppable force. Yet just when despair threatened to overwhelm the onlookers, Ye Cheng moved. He did not draw a forbidden weapon, nor even reach for his sword, still secured at his hip. Relying solely on the strength of his flesh and spirit, he planted his feet, raised a single palm, and with a thunderous crack, shattered the phantom onslaught in midair. "Are you seeking your own demise?" Ye Cheng's words rang out cold and clear. The gathered masters from far-off lands froze in mid-attack, their expressions draining of color. On the barren wasteland, Shi Kui and the others who had thirsted for Ye Cheng's downfall stood dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Then, in the next heartbeat, horror replaced disbelief. With a thunderous crack, the colossal waterfall of spectral hands, the very abyss condensation they had unleashed, exploded into fragments under the force of a single palm strike from Ye Cheng. "You dare flaunt your power before an expert?" His voice was like ice, slicing through the charged air. Only a short time ago, Ye Cheng had navigated the Chaos Sea en route to the northern wilderness divine continent, using its turbulent currents to refine his immortal spirit seed. He had absorbed its raw immortal chi to temper his body, and on top of that, he bore two heavenly blessings, the Six Paths Reincarnation Divine Body and the Chaos Body. Even without his mastery of the 100 Ghost Hands technique, augmented by forbidden weapons, his cultivated immortal physique alone would have made him a fearsome presence in this forsaken tower. The combined might of his immortal body and the ghostly appendages had pushed him well beyond the edge of the early heavenly venerable realm, and it showed. Even if he truly wielded the strength of a mid-stage heavenly venerable, he was still no match for Ye Cheng. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. How can a mere human possess such power? The Yinming clan's emperor roared, stumbling backward, even as he poured every ounce of his strength into a retaliatory stray, Qi. At his side, the Blood Sparrow clan's perfect emperor and several other alien sovereigns finally recognized the danger. With a roar, they threw themselves back into the fray, first driving Liang and his warriors into temporary retreat, then rallying alongside the Yinming emperor. Together, they unleashed their forbidden weapons in a blinding combined assault aimed squarely at Ye Cheng. Radiant beams of divine energy crisscrossed the battlefield, each burst of light threatening to engulf their target. Liang and the others watched in horror, their hearts pounding. They dared not charge forward without their own forbidden arms. Any rash move now would only slow Ye Cheng down. "Your Highness Ye Cheng, can you hold them off?" Emperor Liang called out, doubt trembling in his voice. Just as old Emperor Liang's worry reached its peak, two muffled bangs sounded from within the divine light. In an instant, the radiant barrier shivered and vanished, revealing a scene so shocking that Liang and the watching dignitaries all went pale. Before them lay the proud emperors of the alien races, utterly broken. At the center stood Ye Cheng. With two thunderous slaps, he struck the Yinming clan's emperor and the Blood Sparrow clan's warlord, bruising their faces so badly they collapsed, unable to rise. He didn't pause. Reaching into the aura of the creatures he had liberated earlier, he drew out 9 more binding seals and stamped them on the prostrate sovereigns. Finished, he swept his hand, sending the bound emperors tumbling into the wasteland to join Shikui and the others. "You insolent boy," the Yinming emperor spat through swollen lips. "You'll die unburied. Our clan's quasi-saint will never let you escape this." But before the threat could fully form, Ye Cheng's sword light flashed. In a single decisive stroke, he cut the emperor down. Ye Cheng's sword glow might not have been lethal on its own, but it was enough to slam the dark corpse onto the death array's trigger plate. In an instant, the array roared to life. Crimson beams shot upward, then arced back down, rending the corpse into ragged pieces. Agonized wails echoed across the wasteland. Even the Yinming clan's undead, once enlightened corpses infused with hideous vitality, looked more miserable than ever. The remaining alien masters trembled, watching Ye Cheng stand calmly among the debris. He met their fearful eyes with a cold smile. Who else wants to end up like him? Panic seized them. Under Shikui's panicked orders, they dismantled the cursed formation around Ye Cheng. "Quick! Send word to our clan's quasi-saint. Tell him something's gone terribly wrong here." Shikui's face drained of color as dread coiled in his chest. He could only hope that a stronger cultivator would notice the disturbance, report directly to the quasi-saint, and bring reinforcements. The others shared his silent prayer, each heart pounding at the thought of their clan's most powerful protector arriving. Too late. Soon enough, it seemed their prayers had been answered, though in truth, it owed nothing to divine intervention. The alien masters Ye Cheng had seized in his second sweep were simply too prominent. Any sudden disappearance on their level would inevitably draw attention. Sure enough, in less than half a day, several squads of these masters sensed something amiss and raced back to investigate. Their fate proved as grim as that of the first group. Each was overpowered by Ye Cheng and pressed into service as laborers to dismantle the formation. Even more remarkable, these new captives possessed cultivation levels and raw power far beyond the cannon fodder he'd taken earlier. Under the patient guidance of Shikui, the formation master, Ye Cheng watched in astonishment as they tore down wards and runes with breathtaking efficiency, outpacing even his own best efforts. He had always hesitated to risk his own life in these perilous experiments, but these alien masters, driven by their death-defying resolve and unwavering loyalty, needed no such prompting. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. At the edge of the wasteland, Emperor Liang and the others who had come to oversee Ye Cheng stood speechless. None of them had ever imagined such a dramatic reversal. The very creatures they'd rescued, beasts who once begged to be noticed by the tribal elders, hoping the Bloodbird tribe and the Yinming clan would negotiate their freedom, were now fighting back. These former prisoners, long resigned to pleading for mercy, had seized the moment to exact their revenge. Despite their shock, a sense of dread weighed heavily on the assembled watchers. After all, both great saint clans were present on this crimson plain, each represented by a powerful quasi-saint in charge of the rescue mission. Anxiety pulsed through the air as everyone braced for what would come next. Then, without warning, a thunderous boom shattered the silence. The fundamental laws of heaven and earth trembled. Mountains quivered, and the hidden killing arrays buried throughout the wasteland snapped to life, their ancient magics roaring with lethal intent. "By the saints!" cried one of Emperor Liang's aides. "The quasi-saints have arrived. Their divine pressure is distorting the world itself and triggering every death array across this wasteland." Chapter 375. All across the wasteland, the alien masters trembled in awe and dread. The very laws of heaven and earth seemed to roil and bubble around them, filling their hearts with frenzied hope. "The quasi-saints have arrived," they cried. "We're saved. Our enemies will die." Even Shikai, a formation emperor renowned for his composure, could not hide his excitement. Grinning broadly, he raised his voice in triumph. "Human insects dare attack my saint clan? You're asking for death." At the same moment, two towering figures strode forward, their auras crackling with power. One wore the crimson insignia of the Blood Sparrow clan, the other the pale crest of the Yinming clan. Both were quasi-saints, and both fixed Ye Cheng and his companions with lethal glares. Their rage was identical, for Ye Cheng had already cast countless masters into this wasteland, masters from the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans alike. Some were young saint emperors or rising emperors who had trained for a millennium, the true elite of their lines. Now they stared death in the face, and their hearts burned for retribution. But Ye Cheng stood unmoved. His eyes, calm and resolute, swept over the pair of quasi-saints. Though the battlefield beneath their feet shuddered with unleashed power, neither the shrieks of panic nor the tide of arcane energy would sway him. This wasteland, and its raging, boiling forces, was Ye Cheng's stage now, and on this stage, no alien master, no matter how proud or powerful, would escape the reckoning. With the dawn of the Great Era, any cultivator who could break through to the Emperor realm in under a millennium carried genuine hope of ascending to quasi-sainthood. Yet here they were, proud heroes of the Yinming tribe, driven into a human-constructed killing array by Ye Cheng, condemned to serve as cannon fodder. Even if they escaped with their lives, they would emerge half-ruined. Repairs might restore their bodies, but the damage to their foundations would leave them crippled, their future progress all the more arduous. Worse still, many of their finest had already fallen. How could the two surviving quasi-saints do anything but seethe with grief and fury? "Die!" One of them, a quasi-saint of the Yinming tribe, roared and surged forward. His cry reverberated through the air as his hands wove through a complex series of seals, summoning a rune as black as ink. Dark energies writhed within it, hungering for destruction. Wherever it swept, the very world shuddered. Mountains cracked, rivers overturned their banks, and the earth was torn open in deep, jagged ravines. Mountains thousands of feet high tore themselves from the earth, rivers were siphoned dry, each fragment consumed by the rune, broken down, and converted into dark energy to fuel its ever-growing power. The entire scene looked like an artificial black hole, devouring everything in its path. Even the hardest of hearts quaked at the sight. On the wasteland's edge, Shikuai and the other Yinming disciples watched with wide eyes, barely containing their excitement. They erupted into cheers. "Behold our clan's supreme treasure technique, the sky-swallowing dark talisman, an ancient secret of the Yinming. No quasi-saint in existence could face it without turning tail. They'll finish him this time for sure." At the front, the masters of the Yinming clan roared in triumph. Even the Blood Sparrow clan's quasi-saint, normally impassive, felt his pupils tighten in astonishment. It wasn't that the dark talisman posed a genuine threat to him personally, but he had never seen a Yinming quasi-saint go to such extremes, especially against a single young human descendant like Ye Cheng. Even if it felt a bit over the top, unleashing a top-tier killing technique so quickly seemed unnecessary. Still, the Blood Sparrow clan's quasi-saint kept his eyes fixed on the wasteland. Dozens of alien masters lay bound there beneath Ye Cheng's restriction runes, evidence that this young man could not be underestimated. "No matter how formidable he thinks himself," the quasi-saint murmured, "he'll only live to regret it once he faces my move." He readied himself to intercept Liang and the others, planning to use them as vessels to transfer Ye Cheng's runes away from Shikui and the rest. But at that moment, Ye Cheng laughed. "Heaven swallowing dark talisman? A devourer's power? You dare claim world domination with such paltry strength?" A cold, mocking light sparked in his eyes. He lifted his hand and pointed downward. Where his fingertip hovered, spiritual light coalesced into a razor-sharp sword of pure energy, and it struck the dark rune head-on. In an instant, black malevolence and crackling magic flared, drowning the sword light in a maelstrom of power. "Humph. Boy, you really have no idea what you're up against." The Yinming clan's quasi-saint sneered, relief flooding his features as he prepared to crush Ye Cheng's confidence once and for all. But before his laughter could die away, something extraordinary happened. From within the swirling darkness and flickering runes, a booming aura burst forth, so immense it made the quasi-saint's pupils contract in shock. Ye Cheng's sword light, far from being absorbed and nullified by the famed heaven-swallowing dark talisman, began to devour the very force meant to suppress it. Dark energy streamed into the blade's brilliance, and the talisman's own power was ripped apart, its essence transformed into searing sword auras that fused seamlessly with Ye Cheng's attack. In moments, the oppressive gloom was stripped away, replaced by a blinding radiance that pulsed with unstoppable momentum. The quasi-saint stood frozen, his face drained of color. He had witnessed many wonders in his centuries, but nothing like this. His voice trembled as he muttered, "This can't be. How is this possible?" The heaven-swallowing dark talisman was actually consumed in reverse. On the open grassland, Shikui and his companions stared in dumbfounded shock. The masters of the Yinming clan, in particular, felt their convictions shatter. In their eyes, the heaven-swallowing dark talisman was an almost invincible secret technique. If it could ever be undone, surely it would be by another saint-level faction, like the Qingjiao clan. Yet here stood a lone human who had not only nullified the talisman, but had done so using its own devouring power. The human race's heaven-swallowing grand divine power, was it passed down to quasi-saint of the Yinming clan, a renowned powerhouse of his generation. His voice trembled with awe and fear as he fixed his gaze on Ye Cheng. At that moment, the assembled cultivators snapped back to reality. "Swallowing heaven?" someone whispered. "No wonder His Highness Ye Cheng is so formidable." They exchanged startled looks, now fully aware that this unassuming young man wielded a legendary might far beyond ordinary comprehension. It turns out he's inherited the supreme secret technique that ranks among the very top of humanity's 3,000 great supernatural powers. As expected of His Highness Ye Cheng, Emperor Liang and the assembled lords erupted in excitement. Since time immemorial, the 3,000 great supernatural powers have represented the pinnacle of Taoist arts passed down through human history. Both the Northern Wilderness and the Southern Xuan schools guard these legacies zealously. Among them, the swallowing heaven technique is legendary, its name known to every tribe across the Northern Wilderness divine continent, and it sits firmly within the top 100 of all 3,000 arts. By contrast, the netherworld treasure art of the Yinming tribe, though undeniably strong, barely cracks the top 3,000 among tribal treasures. It simply cannot compare to the overwhelming might of swallowing heaven. The outcome of their Taoist duel was never in doubt. The Yinming tribe's quasi-saint, now recovered from his shock, turned to his counterpart in the Blood Sparrow tribe. Though both men still bore traces of fear, their eyes also shone with a profound, unspoken joy. It nest Ye Cheng's transcendent talent. I never imagined I'd find a Tao seed of the human race here. We're in luck. The Blood Sparrow clan's quasi-saint spoke softly, a hidden smile playing at his lips as he shifted his stance and slid silently behind Ye Cheng. At the same moment, the Yinming clan's quasi-saint strode forward, his face an unreadable mask. In perfect coordination, the two holy Tao masters, each a quasi-saint, closed in, one before and one behind, completely surrounding Ye Cheng. Both of you are revered quasi-saints of the holy Tao, old Emperor Liang protested, stepping forward. Must you really gang up on a young cultivator of my human race? This is excessive, but his words fell on deaf ears. The Yinming and Blood Sparrow quasi-saints held Ye Cheng fast, their grips as unyielding as iron. In their eyes burned a cold, palpable intent to kill. You human cur, the Yinming clan's quasi-saint snarled, not even bothering to turn toward Ye Cheng. You've no right to speak. Keep your mouth shut, and perhaps I'll spare your life. Forgive my Saint clan's trespass into this formation. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. At his side, the Blood Sparrow clan's quasi-saint still wore that easy, amused smile. He studied Ye Cheng with sly appraisal. Yet he's mastered an arcane art that ranks among the top 100. Extraordinary for a mere mortal. In the Wild Tower, it isn't the shackles of the Tao that decide one's fate, but talent and lineage. So tell me, why should we tremble at preying on the weak? He stepped closer, voice dropping to a whisper edged with steel. And who's to say this human Taoist won't pull a miracle from the jaws of defeat? Best we proceed with caution, don't you think? Behind them, Liang and the others knelt in despair. They had clung to the hope that a single quasi-saint might hesitate. Now, facing two of the pinnacle cultivators at once, that hope flickered and dimmed beyond recovery. Now that Ye Cheng's talent had revealed itself, the two quasi-saints refused to grant him even a sliver of mercy. Enough talk. Seize and kill this Tao-level prodigy. Saving the people comes first, barked the Yinming clan's quasi-saint, his voice low and frosty. Earlier, Ye Cheng had shattered one of the clan's treasured secret techniques, publicly humiliating him, and now all he could think of was erasing that shame with blood. Without another word, he unleashed his attack. From the deep sleeves of his robe shot countless spirit lights, each one a quasi-saint artifact pulsing with oppressive dark energy. Every blade of light bore the might of the abyss itself, capable of reducing entire mountain ranges to dust in the blink of an eye. These weapons were the culmination of decades spent sacrificing and refining clan treasures, and now they cut loose in a torrential onslaught, aimed squarely at Ye Cheng. With the Grand Sage's blessing amplifying his own saintly cultivation, the Yinming clan's quasi-saint unleashed power, akin to that of a heavenly venerable, all without so much as touching a forbidden weapon. Yet even this display of raw might left him feeling restrained. In a deliberate motion, he flicked his sleeves once more, and a stream of pale, radiant energy coalesced into a single object, a jade-white bone snail, no larger than a human palm. Dark spiritual energy poured from the quasi-saint's core into the shell of the snail. It shuddered violently, emitting a high, piercing whistle that reverberated through the air, and astonishingly, began to fracture the immortal sealing barriers that bound them. For a heartbeat, the restrictions dissolved into mist, as if the physical world itself momentarily sighed and relaxed. This was the Yinming clan's top-tier forbidden treasure, a weapon so potent that it could briefly etherealize even the most impregnable seals. With that fleeting moment of freedom, the quasi-saint would be able to unleash all of his latent power without hindrance. No sooner had the bone snail's call echoed across the valley than the Blood Sparrow clan's quasi-saint sprang into action. Like his Yinming counterpart, he too activated his clan's supreme forbidden weapon, determined to shatter every barrier standing between him and absolute power. A single red feather, imbued with a terrifying evil spirit, seemed poised to set heaven and earth ablaze the moment it appeared. As the Blood Sparrow clan's quasi-saint unleashed its power, a vast wave of blood-red energy rippled outward, dissolving the immortal restraints that bound them. In an instant, 2 saint-level auras filled the battlefield, bearing down like twin celestial anvils. Liang and the others stared in horror, their hearts sinking. Both the Yinming clan and the Blood Sparrow clan kept their top-tier forbidden weapons under the strictest guard. They had only tapped a fraction of their true strength, and yet even that was enough to break the spirit. In this world of the Wild Tower, the might of a heavenly venerable was absolute, unrivaled by any other. Standing just beyond the energy's edge, Ye Cheng felt the oppressive weight of those saint-level presences. Even with the blessing of his heaven-swallowing divine technique, he could muster only a sliver of that force. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Even if His Highness wields one of his forbidden weapons, at best he can only achieve the perfection tier of a heavenly venerable." Around him, the crimson tide continued to surge, and all who witnessed it knew one thing for certain. They had underestimated the true power lurking within that simple red feather. How could anyone possibly resist that? Liang and the others cried out in desperation. But Ye Cheng only smiled, lightning dancing in his eyes. "So this is the legendary supreme forbidden weapon," he murmured. "Absolutely extraordinary. I've waited a long time for this." In the next instant, he vanished. Like a wisp of smoke or a restless ghost, he slipped through the void, moving faster than a shaft of light. The 2 quasi-saints beside Liang turned ashen. They poured every ounce of their spiritual consciousness into the chase, yet Ye Cheng's trail simply didn't exist. In the Wild Tower, immortal restrictions keep raw power in check, but they don't block spiritual scanning. Under normal circumstances, the moment someone steps too far outside your sight, you can still pick up their spiritual signature, unless they've uncovered some extraordinary secret of concealment. "Now, unleash the forbidden weapon at full power," one quasi-saint roared. "This boy is slippery. Don't give him an opening." Ye Cheng's martial prowess is unbelievable. Not even the quasi-saints can match him. The Yinming clan's quasi-saint cried out, his voice trembling with shock. Summoning every last ounce of dark energy, he hurled it toward the great murex before him, only to feel it vanish into thin air like a puff of wind. When his vision cleared, he found his dark energy dissipated, scattered harmlessly across the battlefield, and no sign of the murex itself. This can't be real," he stammered, his face paling. Far off on the blood-soaked plain, Shikuai and the other masters under the 2 holy clans stared wide-eyed, their minds reeling. They simply could not believe what had just happened. Chapter 376. On the battlefield, Ye Cheng stood erect in a flowing white robe, a spirit sword dangling at his waist. His eyes gleamed with an inner light, as though the very essence of the great Tao coursed through them. Handsome and ethereal, he radiated the air of an exiled immortal, striking enough to command absolute reverence. Even more startling were the 2 forbidden weapons hovering before him, a milky white, snail-shaped relic exuding jade-like luster, and a single crimson feather that seemed capable of setting the world ablaze. Only moments earlier, those weapons had belonged to 2 quasi-saints. Yet in the blink of an eye, Ye Cheng had wrested them from his opponent's control. With a single motion, he erased the quasi-saint's spiritual seals, causing both weapons and the saint's remaining power to collapse into nothingness. Across the field, the alien masters froze, hearts pounding in disbelief. They stared at Ye Cheng, mouths agape, unable to comprehend how one young man could seize the forbidden treasures of 2 quasi-saints with such effortless grace. In truth, it wasn't just their opponents who were stunned. Everyone standing with Ye Cheng, from the lowliest beast to Emperor Liang himself, watched in disbelief. They had assumed the battle was lost, yet in an instant, Ye Cheng had snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. If he'd simply turned the tide on his own, that alone would have been extraordinary. But the way he did it broke every expectation. He had forcibly wrested the forbidden weapons from 2 quasi-saints. That single act spoke volumes. It meant that even without those divine armaments, Ye Cheng's personal strength already dwarfed that of 2 quasi-saints. But how strong was he exactly? Mid-stage saint? Late-stage saint? Or had he somehow reached the perfect saint level? And this was under the strictures of the immortal Tao prohibition, which severely caps a fighter's power. Freed of those limits, how utterly overwhelming would he be? Late-stage quasi-saint? Or, on a par with a perfect quasi-saint? Emperor Liang's heart thundered. His sea of consciousness roiled with powerful, chaotic waves, racing to comprehend the impossible. Perhaps he'd mastered some hidden, forbidden weapon all along. Yet no matter the truth, one thing was clear. Ye Cheng's origins were shrouded in mystery, and his strength ran far deeper than anyone had dared imagine. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the two quasi-saints still reeled from disbelief. It wasn't until Ye Cheng calmly sheathed his twin forbidden blades that they finally shook themselves free of shock. Instantly, both summoned the full might of their spiritual power and turned to flee. The Blood Sparrow clan quasi-saint erupted into its true form, a colossal, blood-red sparrow beast whose outstretched wings nearly blotted out the sky. With a thunderous flap, it shot upward like a blazing comet, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Beside it, the Yinming clan quasi-saint condensed his entire being into a swirling sphere of dark energy, hurtling through the void. Despite his desperate speed, however, he trailed far behind his companion's meteoric flight. Ye Cheng took a single, measured step, and in an instant he closed the gap between himself and the Yinming clan quasi-saint. His sword flickered once, and the quasi-saint's head flew free before he could utter even a cry. The lingering sword light constricted the escaping spirit, crushing it to nothingness in a heartbeat. The entire execution was over so swiftly that most of the onlookers barely registered what had happened. A dull ringing filled their ears as they stared in stunned silence, their minds still catching up to the sudden, brutal display. No sooner had they begun to recover than the quasi-saint of the Blood Sparrow clan, Xianxia, flashed toward a nearby teleportation formation. With a surge of power, he activated the array, vanishing across 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, slipping free of the restricted airspace. Panting and wide-eyed, Xianxia's heart thundered in his chest. "Where did he come from?" he gasped. He's beyond terrifying. I must flee and warn everyone at once." As Xianxia's form dissolved into the portal, a hush fell over the battlefield. In that charged silence, Ye Cheng stood alone, unbroken, unbowed, and more dangerous than anyone present had ever imagined. Ye Cheng's power had far exceeded every expectation. If someone with such talent couldn't be brought into the fold, he had to be eliminated immediately. Yet no one could understand how Ye Cheng had so effortlessly crushed both him and the Yinming clan's quasi-saint. They were convinced he must have employed some secret, forbidden weapon. "He's obviously a prodigy, secretly trained by some ancient human faction," the Blood Sparrow clan's quasi-saint muttered, eyes narrowing. "Still, he's ours for the taking. Once word of his victories spreads, no one will dare shelter him. Not the Green Dragon clan, not the Barbarian God clan, not even that hidden old monster lurking behind him." In the wilderness, 1,000 races competed for supremacy, and humans were among the weakest. The mightiest human empire, the Tianyuan Unholy Dynasty, could only rival the Green Dragon clan and fell far short of the realms of Yu Ling and the Barbarian God clan. Quick as lightning, the Blood Sparrow quasi-saint reached a decision. "We'll let rumors fly. Ye Cheng is a dangerous outcast, an aberration no one should trust. As soon as every clan hears it, not a single one will hesitate to hunt him down." With that, they set the plan in motion, certain that once the clans turned against him, even Ye Cheng's astonishing strength wouldn't save him from a united onslaught. Just as Xianxia Quasi-Sage began weighing his options, a sudden pulse of energy erupted behind him, prickling his skin with alarm. Damn! How had Ye Cheng closed the distance so quickly? Spinning on his heel, Xianxia saw the young swordsman not 10 paces away, his blade humming with light. Ye Cheng's lips curved into a faint, almost mocking smile, an expression that sent Xianxia's heart plummeting. There wasn't time to wonder why Ye Cheng hadn't struck him down already. All he could think was, "I must survive." With a fierce cry, Xianxia spread his shadowy wings and tore through the void, streaking upward toward the nearest stronghold. For ages, the Bloodbird clan and the Yinming clan had carved out a realm of hidden fortresses across this Xuanbing small world. In Xianxia's eyes, Ye Cheng's reluctance to press the chase was a critical mistake, one he intended to exploit. Within moments, he landed atop the highest tower of a Yinming fortress. Below him, dozens of Yinming vassals had assembled, masters of various ranks, their robed figures flickering in torchlight. Surrounding them were cages and pens teeming with captives, humans and strange alien creatures alike, though the humans outnumbered every other species by far. Breathing heavily, Xianxia glanced around, plotting his next move. The stronghold's echoes of captivity and conspiracy only sharpened his resolve. Here, in this den of allies and enemies, he would fight for his life. The creatures held in the fortress had no control seals. They were simply caged, left to be unleashed as cannon fodder whenever the front lines grew thin. Now Xianxia stood before rows of shackled humans, his crimson eyes blazing with murderous intent. His wings quivered, ready to strike, when a sudden tremor in the air made him pause. A powerful aura was approaching fast. Suppressing the urge to slaughter his captives, Xianxia turned away. The alien lieutenants who guarded the stronghold knew nothing of why he'd halted, only that his arrival demanded their utmost respect. They scurried forward, voices quavering. Quasi-Saint Xianxia has honored us with his presence. Please forgive our failure to welcome you from afar. Before they could finish, Xianxia strode past them and disappeared into the glowing teleportation array at the heart of the fortress. The lieutenants gaped after him. What is Lord Xianxia doing? One whispered, bewildered. Their confusion hung in the air until a calm, authoritative voice echoed through the chamber. Ye Cheng had arrived. Instantly, the alien guards snapped to attention, every one of them alert and trembling under his silent command. When they finally looked up, Ye Cheng stood on the rampart, face impassive, and brought his sword down in a single fluid arc. "Enemy attack!" the intruders cried out. The most powerful of the foreign masters, those closest to him, reacted first. A dreadful thought flashed through their minds. Could this be Lord Xianxia's hunter tracking him even here? They recoiled at the idea, desperately telling themselves it was impossible. It has to be coincidence. There must be another explanation. Still, they wasted no time. As they murmured reassurances to one another, they activated the fortress's defensive formation. But before the runic seals could fully charge, a shower of sword light struck the courtyard. Blades of iridescent chi rained down like shooting stars, tearing through armor and flesh with brutal precision. Not a single foe managed to cry before the blade found them. In an instant, the field was strewn with the bodies of the fallen. Only a handful of the strongest intruders survived, huddled behind the half-formed defenses in the fortress's deepest chamber. Their eyes were shattered with terror, their faces ashen. They stared at Ye Cheng as if he were a phantom, unable to comprehend how one man had cut through their ranks with such terrifying ease. We were right. This young man actually came all this way just to hunt down the Xianxia quasi-sage. Damn, where on earth did a monster like him come from? Chapter 377. The alien master's questions hung unanswered in the air. Without pausing to parley, Ye Cheng unleashed his sword technique. A searing arc of light cleaved through the sky, striking the stronghold's great formation with devastating force. Shields flared and shattered. Even the alien protective grid buckled under the onslaught. None of the sentries survived. One by one, they disintegrated into crimson mist, vanishing between heaven and earth. Deep in the heart of the fortress, human prisoners and ancient beasts watched in stunned silence from their cages. Their gaunt faces pressed against the bars as the sword light swept over the warding runes, snapping them like brittle twigs. For a long moment, they could hardly believe their eyes. Then Ye Cheng strode forward. With a single, decisive slash, he broke the final seal. The iron bars warped and fell away, and the captives stumbled out into freedom. We're free? A shaken human woman whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. We did it? The blood sparrows, the underworld corpses, all of them? A young creature with scaled skin threw its arms wide, its voice cracking with joy. Father, mother, look, I made it! I didn't fail you! A roar of relief and exhilaration rose from the freed captives. Humans and ancient beings alike embraced one another, tears of gratitude shining in their eyes. Around them, the fortress trembled, its once impenetrable walls now a tomb for defeated alien masters. Ye Cheng sheathed his sword and scanned the jubilant crowd. His expression remained calm, but a fierce satisfaction burned in his eyes. They were saved, thanks to him. And this was only the beginning. The monks and warriors, human and ancient beast alike, soon regained their composure. One by one they dropped to their knees, heads bowed in profound respect and gratitude as they gazed up at Ye Cheng. An elder monk's voice trembled with relief. "If not for your highness's timely rescue, we would have perished without so much as a proper burial. Our souls lost to the blood sparrows and the underworld shades." "We will never forget your kindness," echoed dozens of voices in unison. At that very instant, the primordial purple chi cauldron sealed within Ye Cheng's dantian shifted and transformed once more. Lingering threads of purple luck chi swirled upward, merging into a deeper, more condensed essence. New seal characters, each one a vessel for the Great Tao's true meaning, glowed into existence on the cauldron's surface. As he observed the cauldron's evolution, Ye Cheng also surveyed the spoils hidden in the stronghold. Here lay the treasures the Yinming clan and the Blood Sparrow clan had stockpiled, artifacts intended for a massive formation to strike the Forbidden Palace after breaching its deadly killing barrier. With a curt nod, he gathered the relics into his spatial pouch, already plotting the next phase of his ascent. Now all these treasures lay at Ye Cheng's feet. He surveyed the hoard with a low whistle. The ancient Saint clan's reserves are unbelievable. In just this one stronghold, there are more than 30 true Saint-grade materials and hundreds of quasi-Saint-grade ingredients. It's astonishing. Ye Cheng couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He'd tailed that blood sky quasi-saint of the Blood Sparrow clan for miles, yet had spared his life, choosing instead to use the Blood Sparrow as a living guide through the wild tower. His plan was simple: lure out every member of the two ancient Saint clans hidden within, then plunder their riches. Even so, the scale of his haul had exceeded his wildest expectations. A human cultivator, recently rescued from captivity, stepped forward cautiously at the sound of Ye Cheng's sigh. "Your Highness," he began, voice tinged with awe, "you should know this isn't just due to the ancient Saint clan's power. These halls contain treasures from many other strongholds, spoils they themselves gathered over the centuries." This cultivator was no ordinary captive. When the clans first seized him, he'd twice aged to escape through sheer skill, only to be recaptured and transferred from fortress to fortress before finally ending up here. Now, catching sight of Ye Cheng's thoughtful expression, he pressed on. Most of these Saint-grade items didn't originate with the two clans. They fought, traded, and even ambushed rivals across the realms to amass them. What you see before you is the culmination of countless battles. Ye Cheng nodded, stroking his chin. Knowledge was power, and now he held the key not only to unprecedented riches, but to the hidden history of the Saint clans themselves. A slow smile curved his lips. With this haul, the balance of power in the martial world might well shift forever, starting with him. The stronghold before him boasted the realm's most rigorous defenses and was manned by cultivators of extraordinary power. The informant standing nearby explained the two holy clans' grand design. For generations they'd known of the Saint King's mansion. Every time the desolate tower had appeared in the world, the clans dispatched their greatest masters into its depths. They looted its treasures, yes, but they never carried them away. Instead, they left their spoils hidden within the tower, year after year, lifetime after lifetime. Their plan was simple. When the desolate tower reappeared in this incarnation, they would retrieve every accumulated treasure in one decisive strike, breaching the Saint King's mansion and propelling their entire clan past the Dragon Gate. In other words, the cultivator said, the riches stored in these strongholds weren't seized all at once. They've been gathering over countless years. At that revelation, Ye Cheng's eyes sparkled. He had been poised to abandon his broader ambitions and hunt down Shuikong for revenge. Now, however, his strategy shifted entirely. He would spare his strength and his life and instead infiltrate every stronghold of the two holy clans scattered throughout the Xuanbing realm. Time passed in a blur. In just a few days, rumors of the clan's scheme spread like wildfire, plunging the entire Xuanbing realm into turmoil. Everyone, whether native to the Xuanbing realm or passing cultivators and creatures from the outer worlds, was stunned by the same report. The blockade erected by the two sacred clans has been shattered. Every warrior they stationed within the Xuanbing realm lies slain. 2 quasi-saints are dead or grievously wounded, and the only survivor is being relentlessly hunted by a mere human prodigy. The clans are in utter disarray. Before long, the rumor spilled beyond the borders of Xuanbing. Even in the neighboring pocket worlds, cultivators of every school and indigenous strongmen caught wind of it. Yet skepticism ran rampant. How could the Blood Sparrow clan and the Yinming clan, 2 of the most venerable lineages ever to emerge from the Saint Realm, fall so catastrophically? Though diminished from their ancient heights, both tribes still boasted formidable legacies, earth-shaking cultivation bases, generations of elite disciples, and arsenals bristling with forbidden weapons. To many, this tale of disgrace simply defied belief. In the shadowed depths of the desolate tower, every quasi-saint who's ever ventured in carries a top-tier forbidden weapon, no question about it. Even though the tower enforces strict, immortal-level restrictions to keep powerful cultivators in check, anyone of quasi-saint caliber wielding one of those dreaded arms still holds an overwhelming advantage. In that world, they're all but untouchable. So when word spread that a human prodigy had slain a quasi-saint inside the tower, most beings, alien and human alike, laughed it off. If a quasi-saint ever truly fell, it would only be at the hands of another quasi-saint, they scoffed. A mere human bringing one down? Preposterous. In the bustling capital of the Xuanbing realm, a tavern near the grand gathering hall buzzed with the same disbelief. Patrons slammed mugs on the table as they exchanged derisive jokes. Human cultivators waved away the rumor as little more than nationalist bravado, while alien visitors shook their heads at such an improbability. To them, it was obvious. The tale was either propaganda or a gross exaggeration, not worth any further thought. The tavern fell into uneasy silence as a cluster of foreigners, vassal clansmen of the 2 sacred races, made themselves the center of attention. Though these aliens were neither powerful nor entrusted with any special duties, they'd been stationed in the city purely to gather intelligence. All around, the sacred race's strongholds loomed, brimming with treasures, and at the city's heart stood the legendary teleportation array, capable of vaulting users across the Xuanbing realm at speeds no other Taoist faction could match. Now, emboldened by their patron's prestige, the aliens grew loud, kicking up a ruckus as they taunted a nearby table of human youths. Those young men had been engrossed in a spirited debate about Ye Cheng's latest record. Some doubted its veracity, but all agreed it was astonishing, even inspiring. That admiration had drawn the aliens' ire. "You there, human scum," the tallest of the clan barked, jabbing a finger at the group. "Drop to your knees and apologize. Refuse, and you'll be sleeping on this tavern floor tonight," he sneered, certain that his tenuous link to the sacred races and their teleportation array gave him every right to lord over mere mortals. The tension crackled in the air as the humans exchanged uneasy glances, caught between pride in Ye Cheng's achievements and fear of these haughty foreign agents. Though they weren't the strongest patrons around, the tavern's nearness to their base meant its spirit veins thrummed with energy, channeling the base's formation blessings and boosting everyone inside to late Xuanzun strength. That might not be overpowering, but it was more than enough to intimidate these young human cultivators. When the alien vassals of the Yinming clan swept in, their swagger and haughty laughter set every human in the room on edge. Fists clenched at tables, and a few seasoned masters even stood, ready to step in, only to be held back by their companions. "They're vassals of the Yinming clan," someone whispered hoarsely, shame and fear in his voice. "Don't provoke them. If we bring trouble on our sect, we'll regret it." One young man's grip tightened on his friend's arm. "I can't just watch our brothers be humiliated," he hissed. But before he could break free, the man in green stood calmly. Ye Cheng shook his head, ripped his arm from his companion's grasp, and rose to his full height. He moved to stand between the Yinming vassals and the younger cultivators. There was no mistaking his power. Already at the Saint Emperor realm, his aura crackled with authority, and his every movement hinted at extraordinary skill. In that instant, the tavern fell silent. The showdown had begun. Though bound by the immortal prohibition, Ye Cheng still unleashed a surge of power verging on Xuanzun perfection. In a single, breathtaking moment, he overwhelmed the alien assailants, driving them out of the tavern with nothing more than his own strength. A fellow disciple let out a heavy sigh. "Senior brother." Despite his exhaustion, he steadied Ye Cheng and helped the other young cultivators to their feet. "We can't linger here," he urged. "Let's move on to the next rendezvous. No time to waste." They hurried down the winding street, eager to leave the city behind. But before they could reach its outskirts, an unsettling sight stopped them cold. The very aliens they had just routed were returning, this time flanked by an imposing figure, a middle-aged man draped in a black robe, his hair a wild mane of blazing red, a pair of scarlet wings unfolding behind him. Crimson Dao sigils crawled across those wings, pulsing with raw, terrifying energy. It was unmistakable. This was no mere vassal of the Blood Sparrow clan, but a true scion of the ancient saint lineage. His cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm, surpassing even the man in green they'd faced months before. Ye Cheng's pulse quickened as the Saint Emperor's voice rang through the night air. "Are the vassals of my Blood Sparrow clan such trifles that you, insignificant ants, dare to insult them?" His words fell like icicles. "None of you will leave this place. Stay and atone for your crimes." At that command, the Saint Emperor unfurled his vast, blood-red wings. Scales gleamed in the torchlight as he drew in a lungful of air and then exhaled a torrent of crimson flame. The inferno roared to life, sweeping outward in a wall of scorching heat that swallowed the assembled warriors. He did not unleash his full strength. If he had, the sacred no-kill barrier governing this summit would have shattered instantly. Yet even this restrained display was more than enough. A single ember from those flames could reduce mortal flesh to ash. The fire coalesced into a tightening cage, herding the crowd inexorably back toward the towering gates of the Blood Sparrow stronghold. Within 15 minutes, every last one of them would be driven inside and stripped of freedom, prisoners of the Blood Sparrow clan. "Impulsiveness is the devil," the Saint Emperor murmured, voice cold as steel. "The human race is still far too weak. We'll need to pay much closer attention to these ancient tribes next time." Along the broad avenue in front of the wine house, a chorus of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Humans and non-humans alike exchanged wary glances. The tribal masters, those native to this land, sighed in contempt, their expressions betraying an age-old disdain for outsiders. Suddenly, a piercing bird call rent the air. The Blood Sparrow clan chief, who had been channeling a dazzling pillar of divine fire, flinched. His spell flickered out as abruptly as a candle in a gale. Heads snapped skyward, curiosity and alarm mingling in every gaze. Far above them, a colossal sparrow streaked through the heavens. Its wings alone spanned nearly 1,000 feet, each feather aglow with crimson light. The very air around it quivered with power, an aura unmistakable to any seasoned cultivator. That's a quasi-saint from the Blood Sparrow clan. The gathered onlookers held their breath. Even the usually implacable tribal elders within the city walls were suddenly stricken with unease. "Alert the council elders at once," one of them demanded, his voice tight with tension. "A quasi-saint's arrival from beyond our borders could upset the balance. We must be ready for anything. Hurry." His command died on his lips as every face turned skyward, eyes wide with shock. The rumble of giant wings sounded like thunder, and in that moment no one dared speak again. As the Blood Sparrow clan's quasi-saint drew inexorably closer to the city, his features sharpened into focus. At first, onlookers assumed his wild expression was nothing more than a reaction to the blinding light, but as he neared the walls, even the Saint Emperor who had summoned him sensed something amiss. The quasi-saint's face was a mask of sheer terror, pupils darting as if he'd glimpsed a specter. This was no dignified arrival. It looked more like, "Run, escape?" Chapter 378. At the rendezvous point, thousands of onlookers, human and alien alike, stood rooted in shock. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Even among the Holy Path's elite, only a handful had ever reached such heights, true overlords seated at the summit of power. And here they were, inside an abandoned tower sealed by the immortal Tao prohibition. A place where quasi-saints, armed with forbidden weapons and capable of erupting into the saint-venerable realm at will, were meant to be invincible. Yet now, one of their greatest champions was being hunted down, forced to flee. The very idea shattered every expectation. "No, it can't be real." murmured the holy emperor of the Blood Sparrow clan, his voice trembling. The Blood Sky ancestor, how could he possibly break free? He shook his head in frantic denial, blinking as if the next instant would restore order. But before he could steady himself, a streak of brilliant sword light tore through the stale air, Ye Cheng's blade cutting a silver arc toward the unsuspecting Blood Sky quasi-saint's back. "It looks like this is the last stronghold, and the end of your escape," Ye Cheng called out, his voice calm and unwavering. Shukong let out a roar tinged with panic. He dared not look back at Ye Cheng. Instead, he flapped his wings and sped forward in a desperate bid for safety. This fortress, established by the Bloodbird clan and the Yinming clan deep within the Xuanbing realm, was the only place equipped with a teleportation array capable of sending him to another world. If he could reach it, he might yet survive. With his quasi-sage cultivation, once he'd fled these ruins, he could return and crush this bothersome human youth with ease. Summoning every ounce of spiritual power, Shuikong's wings burned with brilliant energy. In an instant, his speed more than doubled, the fearsome trump card he had long kept hidden. Even during his previous frantic escapes from Ye Cheng, he had never dared to unleash such devastating power. Now, with that reserve released, his silhouette streaked through the air like a blazing comet, intent on vanishing through the teleportation gate before it was too late. He'd meant to strike now and catch Ye Cheng unawares. "Young man," Shuikong the quasi-sage called out, voice echoing across the battlements, "I'll grant you your skill, but how sad that you misjudged your foe and trapped yourself instead." In a heartbeat, Shuikong leapt back thousands of feet, soaring up toward the sky above the fortress. The teleportation array glowed beneath him, his ticket to escape. Ecstasy flickered in his eyes as he laughed, certain of victory. But the next moment, that laughter died on his lips. Ye Cheng remained standing on the parapet, calm and unhurried. He raised his hand in a casual gesture, and a blade of pure swordlight cleaved the air. In the instant it vanished, it reappeared high above the teleportation array, a silent herald of doom. Shukong's eyes went wide. That single gleaming arc destroyed his chance to flee. "No, no, no, no," he screamed, terror ripping through his voice. His desperate wail rolled across the city, just before Ye Cheng's presence brushed against him, cold and unyielding. Shuikong froze, the quasi-sage's final hope snuffed out as Ye Cheng's breath drew near. Under Ye Cheng's icy stare, the quasi-saint of the Blood Sparrow clan trembled. Ye Cheng gave him no quarter. Spying the clan's last stronghold, he sheathed all hesitation, drew his blade, and with a single lethal arc struck him down. In an instant, the clamor of battle was silenced. Dozens of warriors froze mid-cheer, eyes locked on the sky in stunned disbelief. Ye Cheng's sword had cleaved the quasi-saint clean in two, sending a shower of crimson that fell like blood-tinted rain over the city. Without pausing, Ye Cheng sprang into the heart of the stronghold. In the next heartbeat, thousands of sword beams erupted in every direction, cutting down the Blood Sparrow Saint Emperor and his alien vassals in a merciless wave of steel and light. As the echoes of clashing blades faded, every onlooker, whether native defender or foreign master, human or ancient race creature, snapped awake from their collective shock. All gazes converged on the lone swordsman standing amid the slaughter, Ye Cheng. All eyes locked onto Ye Cheng, awe and shock shining in every gaze. News had spread like wildfire across the Xuanbing realm. With a single sword strike, he had slain the Blood Sparrow quasi-saint Shukong. Those who had doubted his accomplishments now fell utterly silent, and even the alien tribes and indigenous peoples, once dismissive of humanity, found themselves forced to reevaluate their contempt. At least within this desolate tower at the heart of the Saint King's mansion, overlooking the blood-stained wasteland, no one dared speak ill of the human race. Inside the ruined chamber, Ye Cheng sat cross-legged on the cracked stone floor. His breath was slow and steady as he channeled his internal cultivation. Before him hovered the legendary purple cauldron of all living beings, its swirling chi glowing with violet light. He poured every ounce of focus into its depths, drawing upon its power to refine his body and spirit. After a long moment, Ye Cheng's eyelids flickered open. His eyes gleamed with a divine, star-like radiance that pulsed outward in waves of raw energy. The Liang Emperor and the other onlookers, once poised to challenge him, could not meet that overwhelming gaze. One by one, they bowed their heads in deep reverence, acknowledging the man who had just reshaped the balance of the realm. The awe and reverence in everyone's eyes grew with each passing moment. Yet, Ye Cheng remained perfectly still, his focus absolute. It had been 7 days since he had slain Shui Kong and wiped out every stronghold belonging to the 2 sacred clans in the Xuanbing realm. In that short span, his name and deeds had spread like wildfire across the realm. Fortune itself seemed to rally at his back, fortifying his strength and solidifying his foundation. Drawing upon the vast stores of rare materials he'd seized from the fallen clans, Ye Cheng had reforged his 4 swords of primordial immersion. At their head stood the vermilion bird sky sword, now elevated to Saint King tier. With all 4 blades reaching this pinnacle, the Juxian sword formation erupted in power on an entirely new plane. No more forbidden weapons from the sacred clans, no more protective wards around the Saint Lord's mansion, Ye Cheng murmured, a confident smile touching his lips. He felt the surge of his internal energy, an effortless swell of force coursing through his veins. With a single, deliberate nod, he rose to his feet. Beyond him, the vast, desolate plains gave way to the imposing silhouette of the Saint Lord's mansion. Its battlements pierced the horizon like jagged teeth, yet for Ye Cheng, it stood only as the next challenge in his path. Anticipation gleamed in his eyes as he prepared to advance. "All right, everyone, let's move out and head for the mansion." "Your Highness, are we really departing now?" Liang asked, startled. He and the others had been ready to celebrate Ye Cheng's safe escape, but instead, the prince was already issuing new orders. Even though Shekui and the rest had used Ye Cheng's restrictions to carve out a hidden path, they were still almost 1,000 miles from Saint Lord's mansion. In this blood-soaked wasteland, every single step could be a death sentence. Between here and the mansion lay hundreds of deadly arrays. What made matters worse was that these killing formations had existed inside the desolate tower for so long, they'd become part of its very framework. The tower's immortal Dao restriction didn't even register them as external threats. They were woven into the tower's defenses at the most fundamental level. And now, Ye Cheng intended to lead them straight through. Ye Cheng surveyed the scarlet wasteland above, which the killing arrays hungrily pulsed. The unleashed power of these formations could fell even a Saint King unbound by the immortal Dao restricted on if he were caught off guard. "Your Highness," Liang began, exchanging worried glances with the others, "you truly are extraordinary. But why risk it now, with threats like Shekui lurking about?" Ye Cheng waved a hand, a faint smile curling at his lips. "Don't worry, I've made my preparations." His tone was easy, his expression composed as he studied the intricate web of runes scorched into the earth. Just days ago, the very sight of such deadly formations would have left him reeling. But, with Shekui and the others having risked their lives to guide him through the Dao over the past few days, Ye Cheng had finally deciphered the rules that bound these killing arrays. And since his transformation of the purple chi cauldron of all living beings, his luck had soared to unprecedented heights. He knew he might not be able to dismantle every trap in this restricted area, but he no longer felt overwhelmed. Armed with newfound insight and a streak of fortune, Ye Cheng was ready to turn the tables on any formation foolish enough to challenge him. But if all I need is a safe route through the wasteland, it can't be that difficult. With that resolve, Ye Cheng didn't hesitate. He lifted his hand, steeled himself, and plunged into the desolate expanse. At once, Shekui and the other surviving foreign masters, alerted by the sudden surge of energy, turned their gazes upward. When they made out the figure slicing through the dry, wind-whipped air, shock froze them in place. "Ye Cheng?" Shekui whispered, eyes widening. "He actually dared to cross into the wasteland. Is he begging for death?" Chapter 379. Shekui and the others glanced at one another, momentarily stunned, as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Then they saw Ye Cheng striding down the very path they'd scouted before, closing in on their position with unwavering resolve. Doubt gave way to astonished anticipation in their eyes. "He actually intends to walk through the restricted zone by himself?" one of them spat. "Is he courting death?" A chorus of derision followed. They longed to trigger the killing formation themselves, to end Ye Cheng before he could set foot in their territory, but the soul-restraining seals he'd planted on them held them back. No matter how brave they felt, none dared risk activating the array and bringing its backlash upon themselves. Instead, they watched him like vultures, hungrily waiting for the moment he'd slip up. But Ye Cheng didn't hesitate. With steady, unflinching steps, he slipped past the shimmering wards, weaving through the dense mist that cloaked the forbidden grounds. Every trap and barrier they'd spent so long setting never even rippled at his approach. In stunned silence, Shekui and his companions realized they were witnessing something they'd sworn was impossible. Ye Cheng was traversing the restricted zone unscathed. At first, Ye Cheng's steps were deliberate, as though he were testing each inch of ground beneath his feet. But in the next heartbeat, he exploded forward, faster and faster, until he became nothing more than a streak of white light, a brilliant star hurtling through the deathly wards of the killing array. In an instant, he emerged unharmed on the other side. Shikuai and the rest gaped at the empty air where seconds before Ye Cheng had stood. The restricted zone, their own version of a minefield, was said to be impossible to cross without severe injury, even for the most seasoned fighters. Yet, here he was. The image of his passage felt more like myth than reality, and it left them rooted to the spot, minds blank with shock. Only when Ye Cheng's back vanished around the bend of the winding road, just yards from the grand gates of the Saint King's mansion, did they begin to breathe again. Their eyes were wide, their thoughts a tangle of disbelief. None of them could make sense of what they had just witnessed. But Ye Cheng did not wait for their awe to fade. He had already planned his escape. Moments after his silhouette disappeared, Liang and the others recovered their senses and sprang into action. They traced his exact path through the wards, stepping where he had stepped, confident that if he could pass alive, so could they. In no time at all, they too stood before the towering doors of the Saint King's mansion, hearts pounding, ready for whatever lay beyond. Although Ye Cheng had already wiped out every Xuanbing realm warrior, quasi-saint and retainer the Yinming and Blood Sparrow clans had stationed here, a few of their strongest still trained in distant pocket realms alongside their young masters. Each clan also retained a quasi-saint commander assigned to protect their heirs. Against Ye Cheng's might, those veterans held no real threat, but the same couldn't be said for Liang and the others. The moment Ye Cheng slipped into the Saint King's mansion, anyone left outside the restricted zone, whether they scattered or simply lingered, would become prey for the clan's remaining champions. The only safe option was to stay close and follow him into the killing formation. Even though they wouldn't be allowed past the mansion's inner gates, the courtyard before the Saint King's mansion pulsed with dense spiritual energy, a true cultivation treasure trove. It was far wiser to take shelter there, wait for the desolate tower to reopen, and depart together, rather than break off alone and risk being picked off one by one. Shikui and the others' eyes gleamed as they watched Liang's group move ahead. They studied every step, itching to sketch out the exact route. Such information was priceless. If they could present it when the rest of their clan's veterans returned, they'd not only wipe the slate clean for their past mistakes, but might even be hailed as heroes. Ye Cheng noticed their furtive glances, but he said nothing. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the mansion looming before him. From the exquisite craftsmanship of the barrier enclosing it, he instantly recognized Saint Lord-level handiwork. The enchantment was calibrated so that any Dao Zun-ranked cultivator could pass through, for the desolate tower itself imposed a world-bound limitation that dampened the power of any being who entered its halls. Ye Cheng knew that without breaching the Fey enchantment, not even a Saint King-level powerhouse could force open this mansion's heavy protective barrier. When the Blood Sparrow clan and the Yinming clan boasted of storming it, they'd simply used a lethal formation, a killing array, to artificially elevate their young heirs to the Dao Zun realm, just enough to satisfy the seal's requirements. Murmuring to himself, he studied the abandoned estate with mounting anticipation. What treasures might lie hidden within the domain of someone powerful enough to be called a Saint King? He had never dared enter before. Moreover, The former master of the mansion had been closely tied to the Lord of the Desolate Tower, the exalted sovereign who had once carved out these wastelands. Though officially a Saint King, his true might must have far surpassed that title. Thus, the divine implements and artifacts concealed here would undoubtedly be all the more extraordinary. Suppressing the thrill rising in his chest, Ye Cheng drew a slow, steady breath. Then, with unwavering resolve, he stepped forward into the shadowed halls of the old manor. As Ye Cheng drew near, a sudden divine radiance flared around the abandoned mansion's front door, tracing the outline of an ancient sealing rune. The protective barrier, invisible until now, sensed the presence of a living cultivator and sprang to life, materializing before him as a wall of implacable force. "He actually thinks he can break into the old mansion?" one of the guardians scoffed. "Fool," another jeered. "You haven't even set up a proper formation. Do you really believe you can just waltz in here on raw power alone?" Shikui and the others glanced up at the disturbance, their lips curling into mocking smiles as they eyed Ye Cheng. But their laughter died in their throats the moment he stepped forward. With a sudden, deliberate motion, Ye Cheng produced the forbidden relic he'd stolen from the Yinming clan, a grotesque bone snail carved from abyssal ivory. The instant it left its sheath, a piercing keening rent the air. Waves of eldritch sound shattered the mansion's spiritual wards, and tendrils of dark energy swept outward, erasing the immortal restrictions that bound him. As the last shimmer of the barrier faded, Ye Cheng's aura exploded in intensity. A great tide of power surged through him, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation leapt beyond the saint-venerable threshold. The very atmosphere crackled as his newfound Tao Venerable might settled around him like a living thing. Shikai's eyes widened in disbelief. His companions stared, pale and unmoving, as the truth sank in. Tao Venerable level," one whispered, voice trembling. Silence reigned over the courtyard, broken only by the fading echo of that forbidden scream and the quiet, unstoppable ascent of Ye Cheng into a realm they had thought beyond his reach. In front of the Saint Lord's mansion, the protective barrier suddenly stilled. For a heartbeat, its runes trembled, then divine light fanned outward, parting the barrier like a curtain and forming a portal. From that opening, strands of iridescent energy wove themselves into a brilliant rainbow bridge that arced smoothly down to the ground, as if inviting Ye Cheng to step through. Everyone who'd gathered watched in stunned silence. Even Shi Kui and his warriors, and Ye Cheng's own supporters, among them the retired Emperor Liang, stood slack-jawed. They had been speculating endlessly about how Ye Cheng might force his way in, but none expected such an astonishingly straightforward solution. "There's no trickery here," Emperor Liang finally declared, eyes shining. "His Highness's cultivation alone, combined with that top-tier forbidden armament, is enough to satisfy the mansion's entry requirements. It's incredible." Shikui and his companions shook off their shock, their gazes turning sharp with anticipation as Ye Cheng began to ascend the rainbow bridge. "This changes everything," Shikui murmured. "We have to inform the quasi-saint ancestor and the others at once. As soon as we emerge from the wasteland tower, we strike Ye Cheng down. He must not be allowed to grow." Shikui's voice was cold as iron. His underlings exchanged furtive glances, each eager to see the boy's life snuffed out. They lingered on the rainbow bridge, already dreaming of the praise they'd win when they reported his death to the clan leaders and ancestors. Lost in their conspiracies, they never sensed the shift in the air, until a brilliant shaft of swordlight cleaved the sky above them. "Ah, no!" someone shrieked, but it was too late. The spirit blade descended with terrifying speed, slicing through their hastily erected formation. A single, flawless arc of killing radiance swallowed them whole, as merciless and unfathomable as an abyss. Within heartbeats, every conspirator was gone, leaving nothing but a faint echo. Standing alone on the now silent bridge, Ye Cheng watched the aftermath with steely calm. He let the spirit sword slide back into its sheath. Its glow vanished like mist at dawn. There was no remorse in his eyes. These men had bathed their hands in human blood, and their usefulness had ended the moment he crossed into the Saint Lord's mansion. With measured steps that rang through the emptiness, he turned and passed through the grand doors, leaving nothing behind but the memory of judgment. providing a swift release from suffering, is, to Ye Cheng, the greatest mercy. Swish! As he stepped onto the rainbow bridge, a gentle flood of divine light streamed around him, guiding him into the heart of the ruined mansion. He drew in a steady breath, gathering every ounce of his focus for what lay ahead. Passing through the mansion's great gate, Ye Cheng found himself standing above an endless sea of clouds. Resting upon that misty expanse were countless palaces, each soaring spire more magnificent and mysterious than the last. Pure, potent spiritual energy had condensed into a pearlescent fog that drifted lazily between gleaming towers. Across the cloud sea, an intricate celestial pattern, like a vast avenue of light, unfurled, drawing in stray currents of spirit. Wherever the radiant path touched, the palaces shimmered, their marble walls scattering the fog into 1,000 wraith-like wisps. Divine radiance filled every corner of the sky. The mist curled and flowed, the architecture wove together into a breathtaking tapestry of light and shadow. Even Ye Cheng's formidable divine sense staggered under the display. His heart thundered in his chest as he struggled to steady his mind, unwilling to lose himself in the sheer, overwhelming beauty of the scene before him. Ye Cheng's extraordinary resilience, bolstered by the heavenly refining saint body, settled his racing heart in an instant. He blinked, refocused his gaze on the string of fairy palaces before him, and suddenly something clicked. "These aren't real palaces at all," he murmured, divine light dancing in his eyes. "They're merely residual illusions, echoes of an age long past." No sooner had he spoken than the lavish halls and billowing clouds dissolved into a single strand of mist, divided into spiritual vapor and divine essence. At its center hovered a gleaming road of steaming clouds, arched like a bridge into the unknown. It led deeper into the sea of clouds, its terminus hidden in veils of white. Yet it was the only path forward. After a heartbeat's hesitation, Ye Cheng stepped onto the first drifting cloud. He let out a breathless laugh of anticipation. An illusion barrier, this exquisite right from the start? Now I'm curious. What trials await me beyond this? With that, he pressed onward, every sense alight with excitement. Ye Cheng's sudden clarity wasn't a fluke. It came from the convergence of three supreme destinies within him, the heavenly refining saint body, the chaos body, and the six paths reincarnation body. Anyone else, no matter how talented, would be overwhelmed. They'd become bewildered, their minds ensnared by the mirage of celestial palaces, and end up tumbling from the clouds. Even a non-fatal fall meant an 80% chance of being expelled from the Saint Lord's forbidden palace, and missing its true treasures entirely. As Ye Cheng stood lost in these thoughts, he sensed movement at the far end of Lingyun Tianlu. 3 figures had silently appeared atop the ancient city wall. They stared at him in astonishment, eyes widening at his calm, alert posture. "You actually saw through the illusion that quickly?" one whispered, voice brimming with disbelief. "This newcomer is far more formidable than we expected." Chapter 380. Rising more than 10,000 feet into the sky, the city wall stretched for miles in both directions, its battlements half lost in drifting clouds and surrounded by swirling, chaotic auras, a marvel of divine craftsmanship. Atop that colossal barrier stood 3 figures, an ancient elder, a man in his prime, and a strikingly beautiful woman. From their lofty vantage point, they peered down at the spirit cloud path below, their eyes widening in astonishment as they caught sight of Ye Cheng's lone silhouette approaching. Within the Saint King's mansion, countless trials awaited every would-be challenger, each designed to sift out the true prodigy from the multitude of aspirants. The first obstacle was the ceiling restriction at the mansion's gate. The second, the ever-shifting illusions that haunted the Spirit Cloud Road. On paper, these early tests appeared simple compared to the ordeals that followed, but few had ever passed them unscathed. Over the endless sweep of history, a small handful of gifted youths had discovered the mansion's hidden entrance and forced their way inside. Yet only 2 or 3 among them had withstood the road's bewildering phantoms. The most resilient had battled the mirages for an entire day and night before snapping back to reality. Now, all eyes were fixed on Ye Cheng. Would he, too, emerge triumphant from the illusions, or become yet another brilliant soul lost to the maze of his own mind? From the very start, he'd hesitated for just a heartbeat, drawn in by the illusion, then pierced through its veil to perceive the truth. Such a feat was unheard of. This boy has extraordinary talent. Perhaps he really can pass the trial. The enchanting woman lifted a gloved hand to her crimson lips and chuckled, her eyes rippling with amusement as they settled on Ye Cheng. Beside her, the middle-aged man in silver armor bore a solemn, impassive expression. Though Ye Cheng's swift insight had surprised him at first, he now composed himself with measured calm. "The master's trial is no trivial matter," he reminded her. "He's only cleared the first 2 rings so far. It's far too soon to say he'll succeed." With that, the armored man stepped forward and flung a handful of glowing spiritual light toward the massive gate before them. "The first trial begins now. Let's see if this young man can reach the gate." No sooner had the words left his lips than the spiritual light blossomed in midair, marking the start of Ye Cheng's challenge. Ye Cheng could hardly believe his eyes. One by one, tiny beans, no bigger than soybeans, floated down before him. Each bean was etched with divine runes that seemed to pulse with spiritual light, the patterns weaving together into the vague silhouette of an armored deity. The moment a bean hit the ground, it exploded in a dazzling burst of countless motes of light. Those lights swirled around one another, coalescing into towering figures clad in gleaming silver armor identical in style to the middle-aged man's own. Of course, these newly formed generals lacked the master's intricate engravings, and their auras were noticeably weaker. Even so, the sight was breathtaking. 36 of these silver-armored warriors now stood shoulder to shoulder, each one radiating the fierce presence of an early-stage quasi-saint. "Young man," the middle-aged master called from the center of the Guancheng platform, "this is the 3rd trial you must face. Only by overcoming it will you earn the right to officially enter the Guancheng and stand a chance to claim my master's inheritance." With a casual wave of his hand, the silver-armored figure sent another flurry of those strange beans aloft, ready to form even more soldiers at his command. A cold, indifferent voice rang out across the Lingyun Heavenly Road, fixing Ye Cheng in its sights. "The 3rd trial?" it asked. Ye Cheng paused and met that gaze, then turned his attention to the 36 armored generals arrayed before him. A faint light of amusement flickered in his eyes. As he advanced along the marble pavement, 3 mysterious figures standing high atop the city wall. An irresistible beauty, a battle-scarred middle-aged warrior in polished armor, and a frail-looking old man clad in gray, suddenly sensed his presence. Ye Cheng's awareness swept over them, and he felt a flicker of surprise. It made sense that a Saint King would leave powerful guardians within his domain, but he had not expected these 3 to be so formidable. Each of them radiated an aura nearly equal to a Saint King's own. Even the old man, though his frame seemed delicate, pulsed with energy so intense it bordered on mastery. If they were not true Saint Kings themselves, they must be men and women who had already reached the late Saint King threshold, warriors whose cultivation was all but complete. Ye Cheng's lips curved into a wry smile. "I see this trial is set high," he murmured, his voice calm. Yet the trail of excitement in his heart was unmistakable. In the face of such daunting opponents, the real challenge, his 3rd trial, was only just beginning. Ye Cheng paused at the edge of the courtyard and took in the scene before him. 36 cultivators, each at the quasi-saint level, stood arrayed in perfect formation, like statues guarding the entrance to some ancient tomb. Whoever had built this forgotten mansion must have been either extraordinarily powerful or born of a noble bloodline. Either way, Ye Cheng knew his effort here would be richly rewarded. Inside the secret realm of the mansion, the immortal restrictions that had bound him in the desolate tower were gone. Finally, he could unleash his full strength. No longer held back, he felt a surge of confidence. 36 early-stage quasi-saints? Bring them on. Even if they were perfected or true saints, I wouldn't hesitate. With that, Ye Cheng drew in a steady breath, clenched his fists, and charged straight into the formation. His aura flared as he vaulted over the suppression barrier, ready to face the first wave of opponents. A nearby observer, a robed cultivator watching from the sidelines, whistled in surprise. "Well, aren't you bold? Charging headlong into those immortal puppets. I'll give you this much. It takes nerve to pick a fight with them." Unfazed, Ye Cheng pressed onward, his mind cleared of doubt. The line of quasi-saints braced themselves, and the air crackled with the promise of battle. The Forgotten Mansion would soon learn that this young man was not to be underestimated. I hope this isn't too reckless. The armored middle-aged warrior and the enchanting woman on the city wall exchanged startled glances at Ye Cheng's bold move. Only the old man in the gray robe stayed unmoved, leaning on his cane with downcast eyes. Apart from the brief flicker of surprise when Ye Cheng effortlessly saw through the illusion and scaled the Lingyun Tianlu, his face revealed nothing. Those calm, misty eyes had surely witnessed prodigies far greater than a mere rising star like Ye Cheng. Boom! Ye Cheng paid no mind to the three Saint Lords' silent judgments. His full attention was on the 36 god-general puppets arrayed before him. This abandoned mansion's trial was nothing short of extraordinary. Each puppet, though only in the early quasi-saint stage, shared an uncanny connection with one another and with the world trembling beneath their feet. Ye Cheng's attack, the moment it struck them, was diffused by their Tao patterns and partially absorbed into the very fabric of the world. In the end, a mere 1/36th of his assault remained, and that fragment was then split evenly among the 36 silver-armored divine puppets. On the surface, each puppet seemed only as powerful as an early-stage quasi-saint. But in truth, bringing just one down would demand the strength of a late-stage quasi-saint, and even that might not guarantee victory. Their incredible toughness and impregnable defenses would drag the fight out indefinitely, bleeding away the attacker's spiritual reserves until he collapsed. From the top of the city gate, the armored middle-age D-Sentinel watched with a rueful shake of his head. "This kid's going to get himself killed," he murmured. "He's too reckless. I was hoping he had another trick up his sleeve, but I've clearly overestimated him." Below, Ye Cheng stood at the center of a perfect ring of divine puppets, their silver armor glinting ominously in the failed light of his dissipating assault. Ye Cheng darted left and right, sword flashing in rapid arcs, but not a single stroke left a mark on the puppet's polished surface. He spun to face it, breath coming hard, only to find himself met with cold, unyielding stone. Watching from the sidelines, the dark-haired beauty's lips curved in disappointment. "I thought we'd finally found someone worthy of the Lord's mantle," she murmured, her voice laced with regret. "But once again, I'm let down." Before her words could fade, a gravelly shout rang out. The armored commander, his voice thick with stunned disbelief, echoed across the training grounds. "No, this boy is hiding something." The beauty's brow shot up. "What?" She leaned forward, her gaze snapping to the arena floor. And there, where Ye Cheng had stood mere heartbeats ago, nothing remained but the faintest ripple in the air. Her eyes widened as realization struck. He wasn't stopped by brute force at all, but by a skill she had never anticipated.